Hello everyone and welcome back to Confetti X Nottingham for the final day of the Amazon University Esports UK and Ireland finals. Without further ado, it's time to activate the stage. everyone, welcome. We are here for the final day. We've had a 3-day weekend. I am your host for this weekend, Hazza. Yesterday was Rocket League. Today in the evening we've got Valorant, but to kick things off, we are here for League of Legends. These teams have battled through a best of 3 double elimination bracket. They now find themselves in the best of 5 finals. Plenty on the line, £100 Amazon gift voucher for any of these winners, plus a spot in the University Amazon Esports Masters Finals, the UK slot that being, of course. So, now that we have the stakes, we've introduced everything, there is a couple of procedures yet to be done, and that is the teams. We get a look at some of these guys from the left side of the stage, from the University of Kent, the Germs. And the next team up, their opponents on the opposite end of things, from De Montfort University, SamJ1046. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Pleasure to be on the stage with you. First of all, we'll go to the Germs. I like the team name as well. You know, it's flu season. You guys been keeping healthy, feeling comfortable coming into this finals?
Oh, 100%. We're all gamers. We will stay indoors. Nothing to catch from us.
I like that. I like that. Very, very confident attitude there. I see you've got quite a few supporters on your sort of half of the stage here as well. Have you played in front of an audience before? Do you think the nerves will perhaps get to you, or is it going to pump you up even more?
I personally know, but we have some veterans on our team. We'll be all right.
Right. I like that. I like that confidence. On the opposite end, we have Team Samj. I think it has to be addressed immediately. An interesting name. We've heard that there is a Samj. A certain Samj is actually in the building right now. I was going to say, would you be channeling sort of his spirit, but he is here cheering you on.
He's here. He's always been supporting us throughout this play. I'll just go give him a shout out. I love you, Sam.
Love that. Very, very wholesome words to kick us off as well. You guys, you know, been here for a while now, had a time to practice, get settled in with the whole environment.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go through quick 3-0.
Okay, that's the first time we've had some real fighting talk here. I've seen you guys locking eyes from across the stage as well.
I didn't say which side.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You'll concede that one. All right, guys, if you could just shake hands or do the esports standard fist bump. Yeah, go on there. It's up to you. Beautiful stuff. And then we'll send them off to the booth. Make some noise for your teams, guys. Awesome. Awesome stuff. All right, we've done plenty of introductions already. A couple more that we need to piece together here. Personally, I wouldn't put cheese in my salad, but them together is the perfect combination. Your casters, cheesy and salad.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here at the Amazon Prize Playoffs, supported by both Prime Student and Omen as well. This is the finals. I'm Cheesy. I'm here with my friend Dry Salad, and we're going to be bringing you the games today. Yeah, are you excited to experience the League of Legends?
Yeah, incredibly excited. It's an amazing event for us to be able to put on here at Confetti X. Really, really pleased to be here, of course. These two teams have battled for the last couple of months to get here on that stage, and now they have a chance to prove to all of us what they're really made of. So hopefully it's a good show.
Yeah, they both managed to obviously get through the bracket, University of Kent and also obviously De Montfort, being two very, very strong teams that have the skills to be able to be here to compete for the prizes. Now, I'm not going to ask you to make any predictions before the game, but what are a few of the things that you do expect to see?
Yeah, I mean, obviously now that we're about a month through the preseason, things have sort of stabilized a bit more. I think we're at a stage now where we can expect to see a lot more static meta, if you will, a lot more of stable sort of gameplay from both of these teams. I think the main thing to look out for will be the pick and ban phase. It's always interesting at these university level games whether or not these teams focus more towards target banning specific people, or whether they go towards more meta-based bans, meta-based champion picks. And I think it'll be very interesting to see the sort of strategy that both these teams pull out here. Obviously, a lot of experience among these players, a lot of people who have been at these events before, won these events before, as well as some fresher faces. So all in all, just very excited to see what they have for us in store today.
Oh yeah, it will be hopefully an absolutely fantastic game. We'll be taking a quick look at the bracket very soon. Obviously, we have some nice wide shots of the players getting ready to load into the lobby and into the game. What are some of the things that you expect to see in draft as well? Obviously, that's a key thing to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, a month now into preseason, we've sort of seen the meta stabilize in a sense where bruisers have become very, very popular. They never really fell out of the meta, but it's at a stage now where, with that Ravenous Hydra being so strong, even with the nerf that happened on Wednesday, still a very, very powerful item. Obviously, Gore Drinker, Omnivamp in general, just a very, very powerful stat that these champs can pick up. So, top lane meta, mid lane meta, jungle meta tends to be centered more around those bruiser-style champions. Assassins, not so popular really as things are going on right now. Same with mages. They don't really have the item set. They don't really have that power that they usually. Obviously,
Oh, of course,
as a
yeah,
caster, I
but-
wanted to go to best of 5. If either team had to 3-0, I'm going to stay completely impartial. I'm not going to make any
Okay.
predictions this early.
You haven't taken the bait, have you? You haven't
After
taken the
game
bait.
1, we can maybe start getting into a little bit more of some freaky predictions, see what's going on.
Okay, yeah.
If somebody really lets me down, or if somebody really pops off, I might have more of an idea. But I think these are two quite evenly matched teams as far as we're aware. Obviously, over 200 teams that started out this tournament. We've now reached a point where these final two teams are essentially at the pinnacle of this University Esports League, right? And these two teams have played so many other good teams to get here that I'd be surprised if either team managed to sweep this series that easily and that comprehensively.
Yeah, well, that is very, very true. I do want to say as well, an absolutely beautiful studio that CONFETTI X have provided us with here. Obviously, you can see on your screen the massive screens that are obviously all around. We're on a nice little platform, and obviously there's a bunch of places for everyone to be. And yeah, hopefully we get into the game soon, so you can all see what great League of Legends is going to look like from the university scene here in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe one more little thing to talk about. What do you expect the play style to be between these teams? Is it something that, like in the meta, is very active based in terms of early games, or is it that games are going longer now? What do you think we're going to be seeing in these games?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, it's hard to predict as much now in this meta just because of the way the team comps are formed. It means that games are either very, very snowbally or will go to 50 minutes. So team comps nowadays don't tend to be built around the mid game as much as they used to. You saw in League maybe 2 or 3 years ago, team comps were built around just like perma team fight, just collapse on every objective, fight every objective. Nowadays, it tends to be that one team will have the more early game centric comp, one team will have a more late game focused comp, and they'll just sort of play around those win cons. Where the early game team is kind of forced to get a lead. If they don't then get that lead, they fall behind, they start struggling. What's most interesting to see is where they play around on the map, I think. Whether they focus on their bot lane carries, whether they focus on having such a strong top side, with champions like maybe the Aatrox, even the Mordekaiser now has become quite popular. In the jungle, you've got certain carries like Kindred, Viego, little things like that. So I think it'll be interesting over the series to see where those focuses start to develop.
Yeah, well, definitely, obviously, the series will evolve as it does go on. A common thing, obviously, you touched about it already, with the bruises and obviously the items being very strong for them. In the new season, they obviously brought out the new tank items. Some of them had their effect. Obviously, Heartsteel, has been notorious in terms of how it's been used currently in the meta. But what are your opinions on the tank items, and do you expect to see anything like an Ornn being picked up today?
Yeah, I mean, the tank item's obviously very strong. One of the main things to look out for is whether or not people are baited into buying Heartsteel. Heartsteel is a very funny item, it gives you that big sort of HP number that everyone likes looking at, but in reality it's not really that strong necessarily of an item. You know, you can build maybe on certain champions, maybe on like the Scion, but in most cases, those tanks, if they are picked up in the top lane, like you said, the Ornn, perhaps the Scion, Rammus even becoming quite a popular pick, both top and jungle. The main tank item you're looking at is Jackshow, which has sort of developed into the main S tier tank item. Basically, the resistances it gives you, the heal drain that it gives you, it just makes it so you're so unkillable in those team fights. You know, you're surviving for like 20-30 seconds at a time, allowing your backline, allowing your carries to dish out that constant damage. And in some cases, with champions like the Aatrox, who you now see building, you know, Hydra into Jackshow, into whatever other Omnivamp or Maw, depending on the team comps, that is now becoming such a dangerous carry threat while also being unkillable. It's that sort of two-way.
Yeah, that is exactly the case as well. And obviously, when you talk about tanks, you have to talk about those who kill them. ADCs now, obviously, there was the durability patch and stuff a while ago, but a lot of damage has been re-added into the game. And do you think that, obviously at this level, you know, protecting your ADC is very, very possible, but do you think that ADC is still, I don't want to say like a relevant role, but like obviously, are they able to kill massive tanks?
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the main things to look at is going to be itemization, right? A lot of people have this idea in their head that like, oh, ADCs should just naturally be able to kill off all these tanks, but with the new item changes that we saw happen, you know, last season, the season before that, introducing things like the Kraken Slayer, everything like that, it added so many tools into the game to then deal with these tanks, but people aren't necessarily always utilizing them, you know? So the ADC players need to be able to understand their role within the specific games. If I'm picking ADC this game, an enemy has, say, an Ornn top, say, a Zac in the jungle, something tanky like that, I need to understand my role is then to be able to take down those champions. So I'm going to be buying the Lord Doms, I'm going to be buying the Kraken Slayer, I'm going to be doing all these things to make myself that tank killing ADC, and not just sitting back and letting my team deal with it for me. Having said that, in the game now, there is so much max health damage in general, just spread out across different champions. Yep. And you know, a lot of the champions have been added in the last few years. Max health damage is sort of becoming a staple of their kits. So while the tank meta is becoming more prominent, at the same time, there's always these counter tactics to be able to deal with that. And it's never going to be as simple as just, oh, well, this guy's Jackshow, now we've lost the game, go next. You know, and there's always a balance between those two things.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, you know, Kai'Sa being one of the strongest picks in the meta right now, obviously she has got that max health ability in her passive as well. I don't think we expect to see any veins coming out here, obviously, you know.
As fun as it would be, I'm afraid I don't see that happening.
Yeah, having a vein just tumbling around on and everything, going for those 1v5 outplays, it would be incredible to see, but that likely might not be the case. However, we do know that one of the players in DMU is a massive Twitch fan. Now, obviously, Twitch, I haven't got him down here as one of the strongest ADCs, but maybe he sees something different.
So here's the thing with Twitch, right? Obviously, quite a meme champ. You know, obviously, Ratyrel, L9, that whole thing. Yeah. It popularized the champion, made him, you know, one of the most famous ADC in the game. The main value of Twitch at this point in time is his flexibility. So obviously, the Twitch we know, the standard Twitch, you've got your Kraken Slayer build, you've got, you know, he goes Kraken Slayer, Borg, Runans, maybe to spread out the damage, maybe PD, you know, various just standard ADC build for the most part. But at the same time, AP Twitch has become such a potent threat. And while it's more popular in the solo queue scene, obviously, because it's very easy to cheese, you know, you can just go invis, walk into the mid lane, pick up a kill, stack up your Medjais, etc. We have seen AP Twitch picked up in a couple of amateur scene and semi-pro scene games, and it has looked very, very dangerous. Because Twitch is a champ that flourishes so much when he has an enchanter with him, especially something like a Yuumi or a Lulu. Obviously, AP Twitch, you know, you prefer the Yuumi. AD Twitch tends to prefer Lulu. But it would be interesting to see. Obviously, it might be banned out. He does have about 90% of his games in solo queue this season played on Twitch, so you know, if the teams have done their research, they probably won't let that go through. But it'll be very fun to see. I think Twitch is a champ that makes the game a lot more entertaining to watch.
Well, yeah, obviously, you know, if they choose to take away that Twitch, what else is going to be left open in the ban phase? Because, you know, if you're banning Twitch, are you actually going to ban Caitlyn? Are you going to ban other strong champions? Are you going to be taking away that Yuumi, taking away the Renata, taking away other strong champions as well?
Yeah, just give both teams 10 bans, no?
Yeah. just give all the teams as many bans as they want. Like you restrict the champion pool to be just 5. You know, that could be a very good idea for League in the future. Obviously as well, I've mentioned Yuumi, Renata, Caitlyn. Are there any other bans that you're expecting to come through? Obviously you don't know anything that's going to happen in these bans unless you prophesize everything that's about to happen. But
I mean, as much as I wish I could prophesize, all I can do is give my analytical opinion. I think, like, obviously, there's some champions who have stood out massively over the last few weeks. We've mentioned Aatrox a lot. We've mentioned things like the Hecarim. Obviously, Caitlyn remains a very, very strong ADC pick just because of how easy the lane is to play for her with the range advantage she has over most ADCs. And again, I think what we really need to touch on is whether these teams prioritize that meta and keeping those strong champs out of the game, or whether they think, okay, this guy's really strong at X champ, Y champ. Do we ban that out? Stop him from picking his comfort pick.
Vigar has been the first one to be taken off the board.
Yep,
Now
so
that is already an interesting one. Obviously, yeah, we see Caitlyn as well, but Vigar's very interesting.
Vigar ban, I mean, look, I understand it. As far as mages go, Vigar's probably one of the only ones that is static and quite strong in the meta, just because of his, massive glass cannon one-shot damage, and his ability to sort of flex into various mythics. You can go Everfrost, you can go Crown.
Also the cage as well, obviously being very strong.
Yeah, Akali, one we maybe were more expecting previously. Just, Akali is one of those standard mid champs that's always going to be strong just because of the way that she functions, in that if you can manipulate her abilities properly within a team fight, you can 99 times out of 100 be able to kill the enemy backline, kill the ADCs. As we see Nami as a response, so possibly targeting the Lucian Nami name. Obviously Nami more popular ban just because she's a lot more flexible with different ADCs.
It seems that for the side of Kent, they're looking to take away stuff in the bot lane, rather with DMU, who are currently taking away stuff from the mid, and also the top lane now, Aatrox being taken away, something we did talk about as well. That's a very strong B1 pick pretty much because of how strong it is, and also the Wukong as well being taken off the board. Yeah,
so fairly standard for the most part. I mean, as we expected, Caitlyn probably still the strongest ADC in the game just in terms of how well she can manipulate the draft. Nami, obviously, it eliminates a lot of ADC options, as we see now. Hecarim B1, no surprise.
Yes.
There with Aatrox and Wukong off the board, probably the strongest bruiser left alive.
Yeah, do we see something like the Sylas response? Obviously, Sylas can take away the Hecarim ultimate, but also he's just somewhat secure in this mid lane. I think that obviously, you can punish him with different picks, something like the Cassio and other picks are like that, but the Senna Seraphine already picked up.
I like that. Incredibly strong bot lane. Scales absolutely magnificently. I mean,
wait, what?
I will say the Taric response is interesting. It could still be in the jungle. I've seen quite a bit of Taric jungle, especially with Pyke picked up. Okay. So this is where things get a little bit freaky. Because any of these champs could go just about anywhere on the map, except maybe Hecarim not going to the bot lane.
Yeah.
But standard, you would see Hecarim in the jungle, Taric support, Pyke mid. Possibly you can flex the Pyke to mid, flex the Pyke to top, flex the Taric to jungle.
Yeah.
Little things like that. This just makes it a lot harder for the side of TGS to actually counter in that draft.
Well, it seems like teams have been doing their preparation, because obviously Senna Seraphine, that's been strong for a decent while now. But the fact that Taric and Pyke are locked in so quickly afterwards as a straight reply, DMU must have known that Kent were going to go for something like this.
This looks like something they were clearly picking up. I will say the Trundle pick seems a little bit strange when you consider he's paired with the Senna and the Seraphine. Usually what happens when you have Senna Seraphine is you want to have very strong carry champions within the jungle, within the top lane that you can, that bot lane can play around, because Seraphine and Senna basically keep those carries alive for the entire fight, make it so they can't die in the team fights. But Trundle, I suppose, with the drain from his ultimate, using that on the Taric makes him an incredible tank, makes it quite hard to kill anyway.
Oh yeah, that is exactly the case. We see a lot of mid-centric bans in this second phase. Syndra, Corki, Victor being taken away. Also, Jax inside of that top lane. Maybe they're looking to put the Trundle up there as well, considering they're banning the Jax.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting now will be where the Pyke and the Taric are going. Because like I said, these picks at the moment could, from my perspective at least, go anywhere, as we see. Sylas now being hovered, as you said. I think it was smart to leave the Sylas till this late, because they wanted to wait to see if there was anything more useful for him to pick up. Obviously now with the Taric ult and the Pyke ult as well, he has 3 pretty much S-tier ultimate abilities that he can utilize across the map. And now it makes these last 2 picks a lot harder, because if you're looking at a top lane pick here, you can't pick Ornn into Sylas. Well, you can, but you'd be hurting yourself quite badly. Karth is a very interesting one, because again, that is a massive ultimate for Sylas to steal. And at the same time, Karthus tends to be a lot better into champs that are sort of running into you constantly. And while that is the case for Sylas and... You're recovered.
Well, I like the Karthus here. The Sylas and the Karthus are 2 things I absolutely adore in this. And if Yorick comes through, fortunately, it's the Renekton, it's the criminal sin that's been picked here at B5. Do you expect the Trundle to now be in the jungle? Oh, there's some decent top lane toppers here.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, with these top lane hovers coming out, I'm assuming that's going to be a Trundle in the jungle. Cassante now picked up.
Cassante, the first time we see him here in anywhere.
Yeah, first time we've seen Cassante. Obviously, still has yet to sort of find his place in the meta. I think people are a bit conflicted on whether he's a good or not champion. Quite volatile in a sense that, you know, with his ultimate he can turn into
why
a
is
sort
there
of
a
classic
turret
champion.
currently in the top lane? Okay, alright, I was going to say that.
Okay, so it will be the Taric Pike bot lane. So one of the main powers of this lane is obviously Taric when he attaches to his Pike, and Pike goes for the hook or for the E. It means you're guaranteeing the Taric stun most of the time. And then Pike can follow up, you know, they can have a CC chain going,
Yeah.
they can pretty much one-shot the enemy bot lane. This is good into Seraphine Senna because it means it can eliminate a lot of their potential to scale.
Yeah, but is it good into Silas and Cassante? Because I think
No.
Silas is definitely going to have that outplay ability.
I will say probably not in terms of the general 5v5 of the draft. However, in terms of trying to neutralize that threat from the Senna and Seraphine I like to pick, what then needs to happen is, can you translate that into then being able to win the team fights? Because if Senna and Seraphine are forced out of the game, that doesn't immediately mean that you're winning, because those champs will always have value regardless of their status in the game. You know, Seraphine Ultimate, such a huge spell. Senna is infinitely scaling champion. Both champs don't need that much gold, don't need that many resources to become useful, especially with the cheapness of items like Umbral Glaive if Senna opts to go for that. You know, once Seraphine gets her Lian, she's pretty much full build at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it comes down to sort of how they can play around that scaling comp. Karthus as a match to that then is quite nice.
Yeah.
Because it means that you have an answer to that scaling. If it gets to the later stages of the game, you're not just forfeiting and saying we've lost this.
Yeah.
And I think Karthus is also the best way to answer then the melee range of the Silas and the Trundle who are running into them. Obviously pops his E, gets a little AOE bumping,
that is true.
and just, you know, deals out massive damage.
Well, hopefully we can get into that game very soon. You'll see a nice intro sequence on the screens behind us, and obviously on your screen here at home as well. A very interesting draft to start game one. And yeah, there's a lot of tools on both sides for both DMU and for Kent to do an awful lot inside of this game one. They're both looking to make a statement here at the beginning of the Amazon Grand Finals. Yeah, it's really good comps for both sides to have that outplay, have that 1%, have that clip go viral for themselves as well.
Yeah.
I reckon Silas here, QQR, I think who was picking it up, is going to be looking to go well, actually no, it's not QQR, sorry, it's JJ who's picking it up.
Yep.
But I reckon he's going to be looking for those outplays, looking for those great plays.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I'm happy with the first draft. You know, it's fairly meta, but at the same time not just standard boring picks. The one pick I'm slightly disappointed with, maybe the Renekton.
Oh,
No one
it's
ever
a
likes seeing
criminal sin
Renekton.
to pick Renekton.
No one
man.
ever likes seeing Renekton in a draft. You know, the champ has one purpose, and that's to win top lane. And if you don't win top lane, you sort of fall into oblivion and
I
become...
mean, you're okay into Cassante.
Yeah, I think
But-
in terms of just the flat-out 1v1 matchup, sure. But when it comes to those later game team fights, I think Renekton's going to fall off quite hard, especially into Senna and Seraphine. It's
Yeah.
like, you know, where is his value in those team fights? Where is his value when it comes to a skirmish around the dragon, around the Baron? If he goes the lethality build, he gets one shot.
Yep.
If he goes tankier, he doesn't kill anyone in the backline.
Yeah.
So, it's
Well,
just
I mean, you can always go tank and then, I don't know, just be a stun bot really, but
Yeah.
like, the whole reason you're picking Renekton is you want to be winning this game. We are into the game as well already. We've missed a little bit out of level 1, we're at 2 minutes already, but that is fine. Nothing really big has happened, and we can see already that there's a push inside of the bot lane for Dido and Soxu.
yeah, I mean, fairly standard. We were expecting this here from the Taric Pike bot lane to have the pressure. Seraphine Senna, not the strongest level 1 in the game. Senna herself can get a little bit of pressure with obviously her Q, getting that max health damage off, but Seraphine a bit weaker until she has level 2, level 3.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. We see some trading coming in here from the top lane. Smee versus Budsin. Both these players are going to be looking to make a statement on each other as well, especially in the top lane. Rules of top lane dictate that if you hit the enemy, then you must hit them back. And we already see that in the top lane. Grasp coming in for Smee, and already looks like Budsin has gone in, and he gets the first blood already. 400 gold into his back pocket already at the 3-minute mark.
A little bit of first game considers there maybe for Smee, not really expecting the burst coming out from Renekton. See with that D-shield, still incredibly powerful, you know, gets the empowered W off that triple auto into the double E into the Q, and no flash available from the Cassante means there's no way for him to escape.
Exactly the case. He's got double the farm as well, and he's going to back and grab that pickaxe as well. You said already at the beginning of the game, Renekton has to get ahead, and what's he done already? He's got
got
first
ahead,
blood,
yeah.
and he's on the right path.
Fair play to me, he has got ahead, still has the flash available as well, so this is looking a bit scary for Cassante. What is interesting to note is the path into the junglers. So Hecarim went for a full topside clear into immediately backing, bought his boots, and then ran straight to his bot side clear. because of how fast his champ is, he's still in time with the Trundle timer,
Yeah.
and also has the boot advantage, giving him an extra play.
Well, he might be looking to go for the Rift Scuttler here, but there's been a stun already onto Kyoto. And they're already moving in towards him. Rentfree's been hooked back as well, and he's been forced to flash away. But he's inside the E, and he's already running away at the moment. Capslayer's come in, but he's been stunned, and they do manage to get one out of there. But 2 kills have gone through. The hook goes a bit wayward as well. They're going to be able to collect this wave underneath the turret. But already the bot lane are ahead, and so are the top lane. They need to get ahead in this game, and they're doing that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, other than that hook at the end, that was pretty cleanly played from the side of DMU. I like the Hecarim play. Obviously, perfect timer on that gank. He knew that he has the speed to be able to back and still get a gank timer off on the bot lane. So I think nothing really should happen from his gank mid lane. Just getting that wave in for his mid laner, allowing him to back as the jungler's
Well,
match.
they've still got another wave to push in, and JJ Notice is obviously on very, very low mana. The Karthus chews up that mana very, very quickly. We're just going to look to refresh some Qs, but Capslay is going to stay around, make sure the QQR's not any threat of hope, and they're maybe going to try and contest this top scuttle. If JJ Notice sticks around, they can do a lot of damage to Capslay. He's being forced to run away immediately. He's taking an awful lot of damage, and he's forced to flash over that red buff wall. And he might have to recall, and maybe his Raptors will be at risk.
Yeah, and I mean, he survives, but this is a really, really dire state to be in if you're Capsley. As the Hecarim now, you know, you've just got a full clear, you got both crabs, you got the kill bot lane, and you got a wave mid lane. So that CS lead now is about 15. He's got the gold on top of that, he's got the XP on top of that. This is going to be very easy now for Hecarim to make plays happen around the map without Trundle really being able to respond.
Well, exactly. Well, Hope's been making all the plays, and Andy's got more farm. You said he bought the boots, and he's literally just been running around the map. He's gone from bot to mid, and now he's in his topside jungle. Does he look to try and maybe set up a play in the top side? But Trundle is around. More trading coming in the bot side, and Rentfree has been hooked back yet again. D-Dog comes back. All of these auto attacks. Soxu gets the stun onto Kyoto, and he's forced to run away. He hasn't got a flash, he hasn't got an exhaust, and D-Dog keeps hitting him now underneath the turret. Will they get the kill? No, unfortunately not. Kyoto managing to survive on a slither of HP. But this bot lane, how are they doing so well already inside of this game?
Yeah, I mean, fantastic start from the bot lane of DMU. You have to say that, you know, Senna flashless, they were aware of that. They thought, right, well, we've got the Tark stun. Pyke, all he has to do is get in range, land that stun. E comes through, Hook comes through. Senna's pretty much one-shot, even through the exhaust coming out from Seraphine. They have that damage that they need. Obviously, Tark slamming with the Q resets. Pyke with his Hail of Blades, with his base damage. Fantastic pickup there. One death on both of the bot laners.
Yeah, that is exactly the case for that bot lane, and a Catalyst of the Eons picked up by the Taric as well. He's got an awful lot of mana, now he's obviously got some HP on top. And then Serrated Dirk for the Pyke. He's just going to be doing an awful lot of damage to these squishy members. And if they get so far ahead, is there really much that Cassante and Silas can do? Obviously, that's a long way down the line in terms of what's going to happen in this game. But
Yeah.
they've already got a decent advantage in terms of those kills. They really keep going. Looks like the 2 E's have come in for the Renekton a little bit far. He's going to take a little bit of his damage in return, but he's got that built-in HP regen, and he might choose to go for the ultimate now. So does the Cassante. The Requiem does come through as well, and Brudzin is down to very, very low HP. Requiem coming through, and both top laners are now at that low HP number. Slice and Dice will be available now for Brudzin if he looks to go underneath the turret, and the Q as well will heal him up for an awful lot. If we see anything come towards the top lane. None of the junglers are there at the moment, and both Requiems have been used in terms of Silas stinning that away. And we might look up there again, but the Drake is going to go down now.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be looking for the dive in the top lane. Renekton too low. Just wants to get that wave in so he can get it back up. This Drake should be fairly easy to pick up as well. Obviously, Trundle backing. No real way to contest this. What I will say though is I love seeing this in the top lane. You know, you pick these 2 champions, these 2 brawlers, you just want to see them fight constantly. Never stop. It's fantastic to watch. Obviously, the Requiem came out from both sides as well, so it's pretty much a flat-out even 1v1. Silas ult, Karthus ult. What I was going to bring up, and I mentioned this last time that me and you were on air together, is that if you look at the side of DMU, you've got the solo AP Karthus again, right? Taric, yes, he's more magic damage focused, but he's not really a damage threat.
Yeah.
So what that means is that you've got 1 AP focus in the Karthus. No, Hook won't lead to anything. You've got 1 AP focus with the Karthus, which means that the side of TGS are forced to build armor, allowing Karthus to then pretty much solo carry the game because there's no resistances. He's doing so much damage unwarranted. You see the Tabis and the double cloth from the Cassante.
Oh, there's a stun already yet again. Kyoto, he's fallen. Soxu takes yet another kill, and Taric getting all these kills. He's going to have a lot of mana. He's just going to be tanky. And what don't you have on the side of Kent? You don't have anyone who can kill a tank. And if this Taric is tanky, if the Hecarim decides to go tanky, obviously Renekton is going to have that kind of base health regen and all that stuff. the game's just going beautifully for DMU.
Yeah, and with this Herald now on the map, and with this much of a gold advantage and XP lead, we'll see the Hecarim start that up. Obviously, not have mid-prio just yet.
And Trundle are here, so Hope's going to have to run away quite quickly. He might be forced to use the ult to get away instead. He just becomes really fast. He just pops Ghost and he is sprints out of there already. Bridson might look to try and contest. JJ is around the area. Dido also is up here. He hasn't got level 6, but he is very, very strong. Hope on a low health bar will be forced to not be too active inside this fight, but they're going to look to try and take down this Herald already, down to 3,000 HP. And it looks like Kent have decided to back off. They haven't got any vision on it. Gets taken down, and despite all of the Kent members, well, all bar one, apart from the Seraphine being in the bot lane, being there, they cannot capitalize on that.
Yeah, in the end, cleaning play from DMU. I think run, pony, run was the comms there on that one. Dropped down to about 100 HP before managing to escape without even using the ultimate. I mean, he just reached Mach 10, got out of the Herald pit, waited for his bot lane to get there. He knew his bot lane was there first. Obviously, Seraphine was still shoving in that bot wave, which meant that they were able to then recapture the point, get the Herald, get out. Pretty standard. And now look at these leads that are being established for the side of DMU. You've got the lead on top. Obviously down 10 CS, still probably a bit ahead from that kill he got, because it was first blood. Hecarim as well, up 30 CS and a kill and an assist. And with those 3 AD threats now getting gold, getting ahead, you have to wonder what the way back into this one is for TGS.
Well, it seems that Smee has kind of made that top lane a little bit more even, as we see some plays towards this bot side with the blue buff. It seems like Capsley has got the smite. Yes, he does. He takes that away. JJ knows as well with QQR. I thought that was going to go in there. So he's popped the Renekton ultimate, and Capsley still needs to run away. He has actually got flash, and Dido is going to use his E to get out of that situation. But the fact that there's so much pressure at the moment for DMU is quite insane.
Yeah, and obviously with the Infernal Drake coming onto the map in about 2 minutes time, it will be interesting to see whether TGS opt to even contest that one. Not in the best spot right now, and with such a hard scaling comp, you wonder if they just want to sort of sit back, farm up for a bit, and wait till the 3rd or 4th Drake before they start contesting. But how late can they really leave it before it becomes unplayable?
Yeah, it seems like both junglers are heading more towards this bot side, and the Taric ultimate has been popped as well. Dido goes in, Requiem as well. There's so much CC, there's so much damage underneath his turret there. Has been a TP in by QQR, and he finds 2 response kills, but it's gone really badly, and Hope is now running away. Again, you run, Pony run, he hasn't got Ghost this time, and he does manage to escape only just from QQR. But I thought that was going so well at the beginning, and then 2 kills were taken in response.
Yeah, it looked like a very good fight to start. The dive looked like it was there. They got that first kill very quickly. Then, you know, Seraphine, Senna, just so much utility in the Seraphine ult, in the Senna ult. You know, all that shielding from the Seraphine, healing from the Seraphine, healing from the Senna, shielding from the Senna. All of that piling on top of each other meant they couldn't pick up the 2nd and 3rd kills. And once Pyke had finally dropped, they didn't really have any damage left. You know, Hecarim, yes, he's quite far ahead. Doesn't actually have that much damage in his kit yet. Only had the Tiamat before this back, but at least he managed to get out, again, just sprinting out with the extra movement speed from his E. So not too much was lost in the end. Still a 1.5k gold lead, still sitting pretty comfortably.
And Budzin has popped the ultimate in the top side. Smee's going to have to run away. There's 3 members all coming up towards him. Hope takes the kill from that one. JJ might take a few minions or something for his time. But we can see in the mid lane as well, he's falling behind a little bit in farm. Maybe QQS can do it a lot. Rift is popped in his top side, but everyone looks to be running away, so I'm not sure if this is really going to be useful. And it doesn't even crash into the turret. Well played by Capsley to make sure that that does not go the way of DMU. And we've seen in these few minutes, Kent have started to look a little bit more promising despite of losing Smee in that top lane.
Yeah, very well done from Capsley. Knew his limits there, knew that he was able to take down the Herald. Not sure really what the call was from DMU there. Just sort of dropped the Herald and then 3-man ran away. I suppose they saw the Senna, the Silas walking up through the river. Didn't really want to overcommit, but that does mean now that that Herald was wasted. It means a bunch of XP was given over to the Trundle.
And there's a dive yet again, and guess who's going to die? Oh wait, he hasn't actually died here, he flashed out the way. The Pyke ult does come down now though. Soxu, he does not manage to trade it back, and now it's him and Rent Free hitting each other underneath the turret. Soxu has got a 2-level advantage that he does an awful lot of damage. And the healing is unfortunately not enough for Soxu. And it seems they're just getting ahead of themselves in terms of going for these dives. They managed to trade 2 for 1. Obviously, Kyoto being 0-4, he's not going to be as useful as he really could be. But now you've given the Senna 3 kills, and obviously Rent Free is going to love that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a fair few Tarks win that one in my life. Obviously, the constant healing from the Q, but that was a bit more than they could chew there. The Rod of Ages coming out from the Tarek. I'm personally not a massive fan of the new Rod of Ages. I think it doesn't really give you the stats that you need, and because it takes so long to scale, by the time you get that extra level, it's not really as consequential as it might be. On a champ like Casting, you sort of understand the champion scales with level 16. That's with the Drake being picked up. pretty simply, obviously no one there to contest. What's interesting to take away from that play is that Senna had the Umbral Glaive before they went in. So they knew that they had that item available. Obviously Seraphine is always going to be useful just because of her CC and constant sustain. So it ends up being a 1-for-2 in a fight that they started again. And while it doesn't, instantly lose them anything, it's just they might need to take a chill. Like, just slow things down. Maybe play the game they want to play the game. Hecarim's in a very good spot. Top's in a very good spot. Mid is doing fantastic. They're still ahead on bot lane in terms of the overall gold. So they don't really need to force as hard as they are doing. They have a team that scales pretty okay, so they can just take it back.
Yeah, maybe they want to slow the game down, as you said, and obviously wait for these dragon fights. They've already stacked up 2 for themselves, and in 4 minutes' time they're going to be ready to fight another one. It seems like the Infernal Dragon will be the third choice for Drakes inside of this game. Smee's going to hold him to the top side, and yeah, again they're just slapping this turret. Like, it's weird to see 2 melee champions against 2 range champions destroy a lane this hard in the early game, and also have this turret down at such low HP.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting to see because Pyke Tark is basically just like a solo queue cheese comp. You see it when you're queuing at 2 AM on EU West. You don't see it in a game like this. But clearly it's worked, Obviously not perfectly. They didn't really understand their limits 1 or 2 times.
Yeah.
But you could see the potency of the pick and you could see how much pressure it is.
Yeah, exactly. Pyke E's forwards, the E comes on, and rent-free, he's almost dead already. He's forced to use the flash, and Dido chases onto him. The turret ultimate does not come through in time, but Hope is here to kill Kyoto as well underneath this turret, surely. Yes, he does fall down. Soxo tanks it up for him. A 2-for-1, and it could have almost been a 2-for-0 even. Unfortunately for Dido, that turret ultimate did not pop in time, and that's going to be now on cooldown for the next few minutes.
I mean, how do you react to that if you're the Senna, if you're the Seraphine? The target pops the E, Pyke E's forward when it's just about to hit, and there's almost no window for you to even react.
He was still invisible as well. You just see him come out of invisibility, and you're stunned instantly. What can you do?
Yeah, and that's why I said, this is such a popular pick in solo queue, because that's a way you can sort of cheese. If you have the comms with your duo, you can cheese that. And because this is, a pre-made environment, I suppose that's why it's working so well. It's because he just says to him, hey man, ease up. Go in. He goes in, gets the stun, 2 kills. Obviously, the Pyke dies because the ult came in slightly late from the Taurik, but overall still a good play for them.
Oh yeah, very much so. That contributes very much to the 2,500 odd gold lead that they have mounted for themselves at the moment. Kent, they might need to look for a way back into this game, but I think they're very much going to have to rely on QQS.
Yeah. And the main point of focus for me now is, look at that hack. 302, 450 gold shutdown on his head. He's got his Ravenous Hydra just about 1/3 of the way stacked up.
They're taking the second Rift Herald already.
Yeah. His tier is nearly stacked as well. He's got full boots. So once he gets that Manamune, once he gets a Mythic as well on top of that, he's going to be an absolute force.
Well, unfortunately, the Drake is actually bugged because it's a Chemtech Rift, which means it will be a Chemtech Drake. We spoke about another one of our broadcasts that we did together. Obviously, something new with the season, and the healing, the tenacity, might well be of use for the side of DMU, and will also be of use to Kent as well with that Senna and a few of the other picks.
I think genuinely one of the main focuses of DMU getting these Drakes is actually taking the healing away from TGS, right? Because Chemtech Drakes on possibly die.
Yeah, I was going to say.
This Pyke is feeling feisty today.
Well, that is the case for Pyke. You can literally just go in and you can get straight back out. It's similar to how Rakan was back in the day, where you W and then you just double E out and then you're fine somehow. It's like, I feel like Pyke obviously has a very similar design concept to that. But
yeah, and obviously there's the mental aspect of, when you see a Pyke going in so hard, sometimes as the player playing against that, you play in a different way because you're not used to that. You see the Pyke coming at you, you're thinking, oh god, what does he know that I don't know?
Yeah.
He's sort of limit testing in a way where you can't really respond. But as I was saying, getting that healing away from the Senna, Seraphine, Sylas, and obviously Trundle as well, and even Cassante a little bit, Grasp and everything. I think that's quite a main focus, because if they can stack Chemtech Drakes on the side of TGS, that could be very, very dangerous.
Well, it looks like for DMU as well, they're pressuring on this top tower already. Rift Herald going to be pops on 3, they're going to take that first turret of the game. Shelly's going to crash very soon, and that is exactly what happens right there. One other thing to note as well, obviously Smee's been forced to back off, but he has built a lot of armor. He's built that Frozen Heart first, so obviously not itemizing against that Arthas.
Yeah, I will say 2 Heralds pretty much wasted his...
QQR did see him walk into that bush, so maybe he is aware of something's going to happen. But there's 3 members who are going to come behind him, and guess what? Taric Ultimate is up, and they're all going to run in towards this tower here. Maybe they don't even pop it at the moment. The Center Ult comes out as well, but now Taric's been forced to use the ultimate as well. Dido, he's taken an awful lot of damage, and the charm comes through, but the Taric Ultimate has gone away. Lots of CC goes absolutely everywhere. Seraphine has taken down a kill already. JJ knows underneath the turret, but looks like all of the kills are going in Kent's favour. The dive, it went so badly even. Dido's been forced to recall in the opposition jungle. Wow, Kent already winning a fight.
This is exactly what Kent needed. Now with the Drake spawning, Chemtech on the map, this is fantastic. An absolute instant flip for them. Gold now even. Obviously they were in such a bad spot. And all this stemmed from what was essentially just an overcommit to that dive. When they thought they had the damage to kill Silas, he had the stopwatch available. He had the Hecker remote that he took away. They couldn't pick him off. And it ended up being an awful, awful trade for DMU.
Yeah, well, it looks like it was quite lucky that Kent had those reset timers to be able to get back in for that play. As Dido comes in yet again, it takes an awful lot of his damage against this side. It's the snipe out of the air by QQR. Beautiful snipe.
Yeah, fantastic play from the Silas there, who is now out of nowhere 3-0-3 and up 35 CS. So I mean,
Exactly.
you know, fair play to him. He's going to be an absolute menace now. That gold has changed so drastically over the course of literally just a minute. And if you look towards the top side, those 2 Herald plays they made were both pretty much wasted. The first Herald didn't crash with the tower. The second Herald did like 200 damage to the tower that was already going to die anyway. So all that's done is actually funnel more XP into the side of Kent. And with that gold lead now being in their favor instead, this is looking really dangerous for DMU.
Oh yeah, exactly, that is. As we head towards 20 minutes, obviously Baron's going to be spawned soon. I don't think anyone's going to be in a position to take it, but as you said, QQR, the items that he's got now is absolutely insane. We see something as well coming through for the center as well. She's going to be taking up all of the stacks from these jungle camps. Obviously, this is something that when Reckless was on G2, he was very much renowned for. You basically follow your jungler, and it's been done by plenty of centers in the past. You follow your jungler, and you take all those stacks from them, rather from your lane compatriot. And obviously you're not taking that XP as well. Seraphim's been able to get back up to that level 10 mark, and is probably going to be hitting level 11 very soon.
Yeah, it's about getting your souls as quickly as you can. Obviously, current Senna not as powerful with the souls as old Senna.
What's going on here? It seems like a Baron's coming. Well, the far side alteration does come through, and they're going to back.
They were just trying to sneak it. Fair play for the attempt. They're trying to make something happen on the map. I think this has been the sort of story of the game for DMU. They're trying too hard to force things, and it doesn't tend to go too well for them. Obviously, a couple of failed dives in the bot lane. That massive failed dive in the mid lane.
Well, it seems Kyoto has been hooked away again. Dido, Soxu are both into that ultimate as well, but Budzin might have found himself a little bit overextended. He slices away, but he hasn't got the dice. He gets charmed back in, and despite the stuns, he gets taken down. Seraphim being taken down on the back line, though, however. Capsley is going to run in towards this fight. Soxu taken very, very low, and Dido, he's being forced to E away, but QQR is standing in the face of them. He has been hooked away, but uses the Zhonya's to go underneath that turret, and he's been forced back out. Even more kills coming from Kent, and these team fights, they keep going in Kent's favour.
Yeah, these team fights now swinging heavily in the favor of Kent, and I think it's only going to get more and more.
Smee, he might be pressured here. No, they're going to back
They will,
away.
okay.
Yeah.
I was saying, I think it will only get more and more Kent favored as the game goes on. That Seraphine, if she hits her second item, that Senna about to hit the Eclipse, obviously already Zhonya's and Everfrost completed for the Silas. That Trundle, so hard to kill with that constant sustain from the Seraphine, from the Senna. And Cassante, I mean, he's just chilling. You know, he's buying utility items. You got Frozen Heart first to stop, you know, the Pike, the Renekton, the Hecker. Even the Tarek from getting the resets with his
He
gear.
just go full tank at this point. Like he
Yeah, and I respect it. You know, he knows his role in this game is to be a damage sponge. He knows that he will be essentially unkillable with the Seraphine alongside him. And at this point, their main damage threats are the Silas, Seraphine, and Senna.
Yeah.
So you play around them, you sit, make sure nobody can get onto them. With the Pike, obviously, and the Tarek. And then the team fights are pretty straightforward from there. You know, Seraphine ult, Senna ult, Silas and Trundle go boom, boom, bang, bang.
Yeah.
You win.
That is exactly the case, and exactly how you put it, actually. QQR, obviously, going to be a very, very potent tool for the side of Kent. 5 kills now. He's got that Zhonya's. He's building for what I assume is going to be a Shadow Flame or an item very similar with needed Desire Rod and a bunch of other items. He's also got 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. He's going to very much be that carry for Kent, and he's already shown through these team fights that he's got the ability. With that snipe, with a great Zhonya's as well under the turret, he has got the ability to be able to perform.
I mean, in his position, I would go for the Medjais. I just think, you know, you've already got the 10 stacks available, so you're already getting that move speed passive and the bonuses.
Yeah, you're already going to be like huge in these team fights. D-Doll coming in yet again. Kyoto's been stunned and he's been hooked back as well. The Tarek ultimate coming through, and Kyoto has actually fallen this time, rank 3 as well. And finally some kills go in the favour of DMU apart from this early game. D-Doll now, however, he has been fleed, and as Silas, as Cassante rock up to the fight, so much damage comes across. All 3 are airborne, however, and it's now 2 for 2. Capsley has taken an awful lot of damage, and QQR as well. He goes back in and he gets an awful lot of healing. He does finally fall, however, and Budzin and Smee are the final 2 members. Buzzy.
And DMU, seemingly out of nowhere, they're picking up a team fight of their own, as well as the mid tower. It started off perfectly for them, and it looked like TGS had found the return. It looked like Kent had found out how to turn that fight back in their favor. But with those two members dead so early, DMU, with that backup coming in, finally managed to pick off the last few members. A 4 for 5 in the end, in the favor of DMU, as well as that tower. And with the next Drake on the map in about 10 seconds, and Hecarim getting there first, they might be able to get themselves onto Soul Point.
Yeah, they might well secure themselves Soul Point as well. QQR does not have the TP available, and it will probably not be respawning in time to truly contest it if they rush it down very quickly. The TP as well coming in from Budzin as well. He's going to be here to start it off. He's going to take also that Rift Scuttler to have that vision advantage as well. If we look at across the map as well, it is that DMU have the vision advantage as well against Kent, but it showed you in that fight that if DMU can perfectly combine their ultimates, they can win a team fight.
Yeah.
They have got the tools necessary, and despite QQR still going huge and healing an awful lot, it wasn't enough to combat.
Yeah, and I think one of the main things to look at is, for once, Kent were slightly late to the fight. You know, and by the time they got there, they already lost 2 members, and that's what really lost it for them. Because even without those 2 members, they were able to pick up 4 kills.
Yeah.
So if those 2 members had been a part of that fight, you'd think it would be massively swayed toward Kent. So it's about who can find the fights first. If DMU can find the fight on their footing, play it the way they want to, get to the objective first, pick off a couple of members, then you'd think that they will win the fight from that point forward.
Yeah. But that was obviously not the case for them in that occasion. Button going to look in there and take away that control ward, just farming up a little bit inside of this bottom lane. The wave's going to push in towards me where you can farm very safely. Renekton, take away this Grom to establish more control inside this blue side.
Obviously now Silas taking over his 3rd item, 8-1 now, which is incredibly strong. Karthus will always be useful, always be a potent damage threat, but I think overall, right now, the damage for the side of Kent is just more prescribed, it's more easy to land. Obviously Seraphine ult, such a massive spell, and when you've got a team with Hecarim and Tarek Pike running into you, this could be great for very explosive
Looks
team
like
fights.
there's some plays happening around this Baron, and it seems that Songsu is going to take him at the moment. Both will eventually go away. That Farsight alteration has already proved very, very valuable for Kyoto, and a bunch of other members on the side of Ken and Dido might walk into his... It's not, no, he obviously goes back. Sorry, I'm a bit on edge in terms of like they're walking around this kind of fog of war. You have no idea where any of the members of Kent are. You kind of feel the nerves that they feel on stage when you don't know where everyone is.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the way this game has been going, it just feels like anyone is ready to pull the trigger at any point. You know, they want to be the ones starting the place. They don't want to fall behind.
They're back on this Baron already, and it's going down about 3,000 HP. I think that Capslane knows that they are on it, and so do the entire team of Kent. But Kasante is still inside of this bottom lane. Budzin does not have the TP over, and they're forced to back away. As soon as they put any vision in, they're forced to back away. But now they're going to go in, and Hope has used the ultimate on both of the sides. Kasante has been cancelled by Budzin. It seems they're going to try and get out now. Dido forced to use that E away, and he's going to look to W back out. Some trading going on the bottom lane.
So I think what we're finding out here is that DMU are psychopaths, essentially, in short terms. They really, really want to force this play. You know, they're trying to draw Kent out onto this Baron.
Whether they've used like all of their impactful ultimates, and Capsule is just going to walk in here. Unfortunately, the charm from Seraphine does not land. And Hope, despite the stun coming through, both sides are going to back off yet again.
That is a really important cooldown. Obviously, they don't want to force too hard with that Seraphine ult now down, but they could look to peel onto the Baron here with the backs coming out from DMU, and it looks like they're going to start it up.
Well, yeah, they're going to probably at least look to take away that vision. Yeah, they're going to look to start it up now. They've seen that Budzin showed around this bottom side. He's going to have to sprint straight up here as well. Dido as well. He was forced to base, and he's running here away. They're looking to be quite late, and JJ notices the first one, and he's going to sacrifice himself. Hizonya's in the back line. He's got some cues to come out here as well. A lot of trading going on this front side. Slice and dice from the Renekton. He stuns up, and the Trundle falls, but so does the Karthus. The Requiem has come through as well, but trading here for QQR. He does not heal up enough, and Hope and Dido are now onto his case. The flash away, and QQR has been taken down. That's the best Hope that can have. That has been taken away from them now. Budzin, he slices, he dices, but he's been rooted and stunned. But Hope is running in for them now, and Dido is behind. Kyoto is surely to fall very, very soon, but he flashes away. The stun coming into Kasante, and rent-free, he does manage to trade onto that Pike, but he is going to be taken down as well. The root coming through, however, Smee, he's taking on 2 members at the moment. He's got so much armor, they might be able to get away. Hope is still running in, and Smee is somehow on such low HP. He's got so much armor, he's not taking any damage, and they start off the Baron, but it goes badly for them.
Yeah, an awful fight on the other side of Kent, and you wonder why they started the Baron. They had just used the Seraphine ult. They know that cooldown is not up, and they know that the side of DMU is still on the map, and yet still they said, we'll flip it, we'll see what happens, and now that means DMU are free to take the Baron for themselves, save a massive steal.
Well, yeah, exactly. Are we going to see the Capslate try and flash the wall here? It's about 3,000 HP on that Baron. Surely they try and rush it down very, very soon and hope that Capsley cannot get in the pit. It's taking very periodic damage. QQR is here as well. Capsley, he steals the Baron. He's inside of the pit now. He's taking an awful lot of damage, and the turret has been forced to use, but Hope, he comes over the wall. The Requiem being used as well. Kyoto falls, and QQR, he's going to take an awful lot of damage, and him and Smee are going to have to force themselves to run away. The root coming through, but a beautiful steal from Capsley.
Losing 2 lives at the end. Hopefully they don't lose any more.
Well, Hope is coming in as well. The turret stun does not land, unfortunately, and they're going to be forced to use it under this turret. Smee, he goes in, but he's in the middle of all 5 members. Surely he does manage to find his way out, but Rent-Free has been hooked by the Pike. The Pike goes down. JJ Notice is going very, very low as well. He's been forced into the Zhonya's, and airborne back for all 3. Hope is still standing, and so is Buzzin, and all of the members of all of these teams are going down. 800 gold going in their favor of QQR, and Rent-Free, he's Rent-Free in everybody's head. He's the only one remaining, and he is the only one standing, and he gets the ace.
Absolutely magnificent from the side of Kent, winning a 3v5 in the end after also stealing the Baron. You could tell with Trundle having Flash available, it's so much easier for him to steal because he has that Q bite available, right? So his Smite 1200 plus the Q bite, he can time it at about 1400 and always win that Smite fight, as they now will probably get the free Drake as well. They got all 5 kills, still have Baron available on the Senna, got the gold from the Baron, got the XP from the Baron. That is an absolutely massive flip for the side of Kent.
Oh yeah, exactly. They're going to be taking down this Dragon. 2 Chemtech Drakes for them, and also look at the gold. It's so even at this point. That gold difference of 1k doesn't even matter at this point.
Yeah, and I think the main thing to take away here from that is the fact that Kent looked like they were going to lose the fight afterwards, right? So after the Baron had been taken, you expect them to sort of peel away, think, right, we got a little small win there, we'll see if we can contest this Drake. But DMU, it almost seemed like they were angry and wanted to get something back.
Yeah.
So they overforced that play. They tried to dive. You know, Silas wasn't dying, Cassante wasn't dying. They stayed along way too long, and it turned out that 3v5 was kind of a 3v3 because Pike wasn't really able to do much, Tarek wasn't able to do much, and they were fighting against the tower as well. So all 5 members in the end dying from DMU. So Drake is free, Baron stole as well. No soul for DMU. The game will go at least another 5 minutes.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. 4 minutes time until the next Drake comes up. DMU obviously going to be hoping that that goes in their favour. The Pike and the Tarek, obviously they've given them a lot of tools throughout this game, and I think obviously the Tarek ult is very much one reason why these fights are even being so even.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's interesting here is the Silas build. Obviously quite a lot of gold on that Silas, and he's stalling Rabadons quite a lot here.
For the Void Staff.
Void Staff next. Interesting, there's not that much magic resist. Obviously the Jack show on the Hecarim, and he's building a Force of Nature now as well, but I don't really think Hecarim is the main focus as the Silas. You're more trying to pick off the Karthus, the Pike, maybe even the Renekton in some cases. Still, not terrible. I just think you want to pick one of Shadow Flame or Void Staff, and then go to the Rabadons, and then last item you can go back into the Void Staff maybe.
Well, it seems also that this Senna is actually a threat now. She is level 14 and she has got 3.5 items.
Yeah.
So, you know, as this support, you only need to complete this final item, then you're full build, and you'll be full build at like 35 odd minutes considering she's taking so much farm and got so many kills.
Obviously with that Mortal Reminder, if her Q blocks on multiple people, you know, that anti-heal will be massive for them as well with the Tarek, with the Hecarim, even with the Renekton, of course. One thing I will say, never been a rapid fire cannon fan. I think the item is a bit bait, you know, you get that one funny long range auto. Something like PD is just so much more useful in terms of team fights, the mobility it gives you, the extra attack speed you get once the passive procs. But still, not a bad pickup. Does mean she has a bit more utility in terms of farming her souls from range. Does mean she can maybe pick off targets a bit more easily.
Well, one of the things that's also been, well, not necessarily, it's not making a resurgence, but it's been a little bit more popular is also like people considering the Storm Razor as well. For that slowed auto attack, that just being even more utility for your team, which obviously the Senna is, you know, she's providing some damage, but she is also a utility carry in terms of what she's providing for Kent.
Yeah, and obviously all these champs now you can see them slotting into their basic roles. The Cassante, pure turbo giga tank, right? You've got the Goggles, you've got the Jack Show, Frozen Heart, not even an ounce of a damage stat anywhere in there, and the Tabis as well. So he sees his role, you know, as that sort of main damage sponge, that tank. Trundle, sort of similar, but obviously doesn't have the same base damages that Cassante has necessarily in his kit, and relies more on his Q. So the Sunderer, quite a standard mythic purchase for him, and then going full tank after that. Silas, pretty much glass cannon build. Obviously does get a bit of tanky stats from the Zhonya's from the Everfrost, but other than that, it's mostly just to sort of go in, kill as many as you can, get back out of the fight. Yeah,
and also obviously the Zhonya's as well. It's just going to be even more. You can maybe dodge a couple spells with that as well. And he should be able to have that kind of potential to be able to be effective in any of these team fights that may happen throughout the rest of this game. Obviously, we're looking at that Drake timer in about a minute 30, yet another Chemtech Drake. If you keep stacking healing and everything, then this anti-heal is going to really become useful.
Yeah, and I mean, this Tarek build is the most interesting one to point out because obviously the Rod of Ages in there. I think the rest is pretty prescriptive, right? The Redemption, the Mikhails, they make sense, you understand where they're coming
Well, there's
from.
an Abyssal Mask coming soon as well.
Yeah, Abyssal Mask as well. He bought the tier. I don't know if he's planning on upgrading it. He has been sitting on that tier for quite a while. I think it's more just for the mana, for the utility of that. Obviously, it's Tarek, a very mana-heavy champion, very mana-hungry champion as well.
As we see some trading coming in here at the bottom lane, both sides using that Renekton ultimate. QQR is looking to try and get out, but a flash in by Buzzin and takes him down. He takes the shutdown gold with him. And that was a beautiful flash in, a beautiful kill. And now DMU have an awful lot to take inside of this bottom side. They're going to take that bottom tier 2, and maybe they look to go for the inhibitor.
Buzzin again punishing the fact that Cassante has no flash on him because he can't get away. It's Ghost coming down now.
Going in as well. The Tarek ultimate as well. Both sides have got fleeing members, and Capslay is going to take a little bit of damage. Forced to Zonya's is Kyoto, and he falls down as well. Capslay is stunned, but he's forced to flash away, and Hope chases him down. Rent-Free is going to look to try and trade back onto him, and Smee is tanking an awful lot of damage underneath his own turret. He's down to about half HP, and they might look to re-dive him, but Rent-Free, they're all diving onto him. 400 gold going onto Hope, and now Smee is a 1 versus 5. Can he do the impossible? He's got JJ Notice running onto him now, and Smee and JJ are going to look to trade, but it looks like DMU are going to try and take the base down. Smee, yeah, he finds that kill into JJ, but he's going to be forced to rotate, and he's going to be forced to base, but that Leandries is going to slow him down. QQR has respawned, however, and he's going to be looking to try and get back into that fight. He's still on the DDR ultimate, and he goes in right now, but he's been stunned. He's been forced to Zonya straight away, and Smee's going to come in. They're all hitting the Nexus, and QQR, whilst they have all been stunned, there's nothing that he can do. Such low health bars. Smee, he's still sitting in there. He's still tanking, but he hasn't got enough damage, and the Nexus goes down. DMU take this first game, and unfortunately for Kent, they have lost.
Yeah, very good win in the end from DMU. Seemingly came out of nowhere, you know, as that soul was coming up pretty soon as well, so I wasn't really expecting them to look for that. But then the top lane 1v1 came out of nowhere, no flash available for the Cassante, gets flashed on by the Renekton, picked up, and at that point, it gets into like a, oh god, we're stuck, yeah. We have to make something happen, you know? So they're running it down the bot lane, they're forcing those towers in, and they're making it impossible to play in a 4v5 situation. You've got the Hecarim being constantly healed by the Tarek. As soon as that Tarek ult is dropped, that's just the go button.
Yeah,
you know, you press Ghost, you press E, you fly in, there's nothing they can do to stop you.
It looked a bit ropey in the middle of the game. So the Tarek, the Pike, it wasn't really working. There were like some disparities between like what's happening with the ultimates and everything and like that. But at the end of the game, the Tarek ult goes onto Hecarim. Hecarim's so tanky that he just runs into everyone, runs into the back line. And then Smee, despite being really tanky, there's not an awful lot that he can do. He doesn't do much damage. So despite being able to tank all 5 members for a severely long period of time, it unfortunately didn't work for them.
Yeah, I will say quite a back and forth game though. I don't think either team really played it the way that they were expecting to initially. I think a lot of people dropped the ball at certain moments. I think, you know, first game jitters maybe played into that a little bit, but we will get into some of the highlights from that game just to sort of see
some of the team fights, some of the tower dives. That's just definitely something I want to see because there's so many like little bits about all of these different plays that are just so brilliant for them, and all of these different plays are just like, you can see where they've overextended, you can see where the decisions have come through here, for example. You know, you're diving onto Kyoto, and yeah, you do manage to get this kill, but 2 of you go down underneath the turret.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, the main point of focus here for DMU is that they see the Seraphine alone, and they think, right, we have a little timer here, if we can get her before anyone comes to help, we can just get out for free. But the timing on the Sen is absolutely perfect, you know, doesn't quite save the Seraphine, but means that she's able to respond, and Silas was coming in as well, just in case.
Oh yeah, and then obviously in this replay as well, yet another aggressive play from DMU onto Kyoto. Unfortunately for Kyoto, he seemed to be very much the target for a lot of these plays. Same thing for Rent-Free, and then Capslay yet again getting stunned here. QQR coming in from the backside, obviously getting a lovely fear onto a bunch of people, and then obviously a lot of different members just diving onto each other. A beautiful stun coming through. The airborne as well there, that's something I did not pick up on during that fight. There's so much CC, there's so much just intricacies in all of these different fights.
And it's the constant AOE tools as well, isn't it? I mean, the Karthsey coming out, the Renekton with his ult constantly burning, just ticking away. And it's the ADC's lament, really. You know, if you're Senna, if you're Seraphine in the situation, what can you really do other than be bait and wait? You know, if you're out of position even for half a second, you're just a sitting duck.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, this is first game, we haven't even seen an ADC in it. So it is obviously quite weird, and here again we see Smee. He can tank up for an awful long time, but there's only so much that he can do in all of these different fights. JJ forced to he's forced to Zonya's there, and then Airborne's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, this really looked like a massive turning point for Kent. Able to win that 3v5 after also securing the Baron. This looked like maybe the point where they would find their way back into the game. Got the Drake after this as well. But then DMU decided, right, we don't need the Soul to end. If we can just get a pick and find our way into the enemy base, that's all we need. Stop the Senna from scaling, stop the Sheriff from scaling, take the game while we can.
And look, you could see all the smiles on the faces of the DMU players after that. Obviously, unfortunately for Kent, commiserations in that first game, not being able to come through and to take that one down. Here again, we've got the Nexus as well. Just look at Smee. He was in there for so long.
Yeah, I mean,
he just doesn't fall down.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do in that situation. Very, very well played from DMU in the end. Congratulations to them for that first win. Obviously, commiserations to Kent, but will have a lot more chances to prove themselves on the Rift. And it wasn't really a stomp. You know, it was a close game for the most part. In the end, just sort of slipped out of their hands.
Exactly. Yeah, we're going to head to a quick break in between, obviously, this game 1 and game 2. Please do stick with us. It's a best of 5 series in this Amazon NUL Grand Finals. See you in a bit.
Hello.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
I've travelled a lot. I've been in Sweden, I've been in Denmark, and I've seen the esports programs they have there. But here at Confetti, it's night and day in terms of what the students are getting. This is by far at the front of the list for learning esports, progressing into working in esports, which is a gap I've never seen bridged.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Amazon University Esports League grand final here for League of Legends, supported by both Prime Student and also Omen. We saw a brilliant game one already with DMU taking down that first game, but let's see if Kent can get that back inside the second game.
Yeah, brilliant game one. Obviously, quite back and forth overall. Not necessarily the cleanest game from either of the two teams, but still a fantastic watch for all of us involved. And the atmosphere around here has been fantastic as well. I had a chance to just walk around in between the games a bit, have a little chat with some people, see everyone's smiling faces. So hopefully we get a fantastic game two and a fantastic rest of the series.
Yeah, that hopefully is the case. Now, obviously, the game was close until very near the end. Do you still think that Kent have it in them to take back this game and take back this series?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think it's about pinpointing what went wrong, right? And what went wrong for them there was they weren't really allowed to play around their win cons, that being the Senna Seraphine bot lane. And I think the main way to focus on then honing in on that comp a bit more is take the Trundle out of the comp. I think when you pick those two champions in the bot lane, you're so reliant on having carries around them that they can funnel, and Trundle just doesn't really do that well enough. I think Silas did. I think Cassante was a good sort of anchor to keep that team together, and it was very, very, very good at just soaking up all that damage, being a strong front line. But Trundle is what was really sort of the weak point of the draft for me. So you take that out of the draft, you replace that with a Hecarim or something instead, which was obviously taken away. First pick from DMU, but you replace that with something just a bit more powerful, even if it's a Kindred, if it's even a Kayn, which you don't necessarily see too much in competitive play, but with those champs around him can become so strong.
Yeah, to be fair, Kayn is something that I haven't thought about for a long time, but he's definitely one of the strongest win rates in solo queue at the moment. He's a very strong champion as well. They buffed him, or at least the shadow version of him recently as well. Maybe they do look to try and shake things up in the jungle. But the most pressing question is, do we actually see an ADC inside this game?
As a long-time ADC main myself, I hope so. It's sad, and I don't know how they feel, the players out there necessarily, but I know that whenever I as an ADC am forced to play champions like, the Seraphine or like Fasting Senna or whatever it may be, a part of my heart just dies with that pick at the same time. Because, I want to be playing those hyper carry, really fun, flashy ADCs. You want to see the Kaisers, you want to see the Ezreals, the Twitches, all that stuff, but, they have to pick what they have to pick to win the game. And if the game doesn't call for an ADC, then that means they can pick around it. And it's nice to see that flexibility being available, because the ADC pool is the smallest champ pool in the game. It's nice to see them then branch out of that into then other picks which commonly weren't picked there.
Yeah. We might still see our Kaisers, our Caitlyn's, all these other different AD carry champions, and that might be something that we either of these teams might choose to obviously change up as they head into this next game. Any other draft things that you really want to talk about?
Ban will be interesting to see just from the point of view of what Kent identified the problem as, right? So they could think, well, this bot lane was really hard because of the Pyke Taric cheese lane. So do they then try to get rid of one of the Pyke or the Taric? Do they try and maybe pick one of the Pyke or the Taric as their first pick? But then, that leaves them open to a lot of different dangerous combos. But we'll see, obviously. Caitlyn, very prescripted first ban as usual.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. Corki, as a response, I didn't realize Corki was not necessarily so strong, but very much a ban that a lot of these teams have decided to go for. The Nami yet again.
Yeah, so
Kent taking
same ban so far from Kent. Obviously Corki coming out from the side of DMU as well as the Veigar. So really honing in on this mid lane, trying to force him off those power pick late game carries.
Well, QQ obviously played a great game on that side, to be fair. It was unlucky for him that he ended up losing that game, but JJ noticed he showed on that Karthus he was still able to pilot that champion very well, especially in that restricted mid pool. Taric taken off the board, and we'll see what the Demontfort decides to take off on the third. That's a Kali.
So the Kali getting taken out, so there's a lot of different first picks you could look at here for the B1. Aatrox, Hecarim at the top of that list. Obviously those top lane and jungle bruisers that have been so dominant over the last few weeks of the preseason. Wukong instead coming out. We saw that banned away in the last game. So I think they want to pick that up before the second phase. Quite hard to really pick into Wukong because there's not much that actively counters him in the jungle. Yeah. You can maybe look at a Kindred, play that carry champ, but then she's released to play against. And Shen is an interesting blind. Obviously this could go support. It's quite rare. If you're completely mental, you can take a mid lane with Gale Force.
Oh, it's
as opposed to, okay, switch on to
Viego. It's Viego.
So no Shen at all, sadly.
Well, Viego, Wukong, a matchup that we've seen plenty of times. We saw it throughout Worlds, we saw it throughout professional play over the summer period. And it's something we're going to see yet again this second game between Kent and De Montfort. We'll see what happens with Hope. He's going to pick something. He's picked the Karma. Now, that is in my opinion, Karma is a flex between obviously top and mid, but then also as a support is just insane. The amount of damage, the amount of shielding and everything is
one of the most lane dominant supports in the game and scales quite well as well. Is outscaled by quite a few enchanters, but just the amount of pairings that she has with different ADCs in the game and also not ADCs. See Varus coming out. As an answer to that, obviously Varus Karma is one of the most...
I wish was their command. They decided to pick an ADC.
Obviously Varus Karma, one of the strongest lanes in the game, so just not wanting that to fall through. We'll see what they then pair up with. It's Varus, obviously looking at the Janna.
Beautiful stuff.
I do like this. I do really like this Blitzcrank pick. Into Karma, there's not many enchanters you can pick that win lane. You're kind of just flipping it, praying you get to the late game, right? What Blitzcrank does is he means that you sort of take command of the lane. If you can hit that hook, it's 9 times out of 10 going to be a kill. The burst coming out from Varus with his W, with his Q and E, that just, instant spam abilities, and obviously the execute if it comes to it. So we'll see what ADC they choose to pick, and it is Xayah.
Xayah is still vulnerable pre-6 to that Blitzcrank. I'm not too sure that the Xayah gives you enough inside of this lane phase to combat that, but obviously they've got their own ideas. Maybe they think that in this mid and late game, that escapability that the Xayah has, and also the group damage that she does also have.
Yeah, so obviously it sort of comes down to poke lane versus engage lane. You know, the Blitzcrank is forced to be a bit more proactive here.
Yes.
He needs to look for those plays, but obviously Xayah quite short range early game. Karma does have quite a few tools with her W and her Q to keep the Blitzcrank at bay, which means it's not as easy for him to just get in, knock up with the E before hook. He tends to have to open with hook, which makes it a bit harder to play because, you know, it's not necessarily easy to hit.
Yeah.
But if he does land that hook, that is instantly flipping the lane in their favor.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. Rakan being taken off the board as well. Rakan being very slippery. Maybe they don't think that this Karma is going to be in the support role, just taking that away, restricting that. I think Rakan, a decent ban there. Syndra and Victor
5 mid laners banned. If you're QQR, you were weeping into your little tissues right now behind that PC.
DMU, JJ, I reckon he's got like 2 or 3 champions in his mind, and basically if he said just ban every single other mid lane champion ever. QQR, he's going to have a very restricted pool, but Sylas is still open, so maybe they've got an answer to Sylas, and then maybe they're trying to force QQR to pick it so that they can pick up their counter.
Sylas obviously still open, as you said. Not the most ult value as it stands, and obviously we don't know who's going mid. Karma tends to be quite good into Sylas, just because of the sustain from her W. Also, he can't really follow up. As you see, Bromna being picked, which means Karma is probably going to one of the solo lanes.
Yep.
I would say they're probably going to wait for these 2 picks to come in and then send Karma wherever.
It'd be interesting in the top lane.
It would be very
interesting. To see it.
What will probably happen is they're going to pick these 2 champs here. Karma will then go into whichever matchup is more favorable for her, and then that last R5 will be a counter pick to whichever the other one is.
Yep.
So Shen picked here. What's probably going to happen is they'll send Karma top unless they have a fantastic counter pick for the Shen. Same with the mid laner that they pick here.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that, well, it's not unfortunate. DMU have played this quite well in terms of you now have a champion that you can flex into either of these 2 roles, and for Kent, they're forced to blind these 2 roles. They're forced to blind the 2 roles that you don't want to blind in the game.
Okay.
Varus mid. They both picked mid on they both picked mid on the second picks, and we did not know.
Right. You say Varus mid. 99% of the time I'd agree with you, but we have seen Twitch mid dominate solo queue a little bit. And I'm not saying no.
This guy's a rat IRL fan. What's going on?
I will say, QQR currently hovering the Twitch. The AP Twitch not to be incredibly potent. Doesn't have to stay mid. Can just roam whenever he feels like it.
It's staying there.
He's a terror on the map. Please take Twitch
Well,
mid.
I mean, DMU have currently still got Viego in the bot lane, so we don't know what's happening at the moment.
For my sake, for my heart, take the Twitch mid so there can be a little smile on my face. Viego now been swapped. They're teasing us. They're teasing us.
We haven't even talked about the fact that there's a Mordekaiser's top into a Shen either. Like, I don't really know how that matchup plays out.
It's
obviously, Shen taunt and everything, but
yeah. So it's a Mordekaiser favorite matchup for the most part. Obviously had that counter pick. It's quite hard for Shen to play just because Mordekaiser doesn't tend to build just flat HP without resistances. Like he'll buy maybe Riftmaker Demonic, but past that point he doesn't really buy items that just give Shen the opportunity to win that 1v1 fight.
You're basically just a shield and bot.
Yeah,
and a tank.
obviously Shen's W not as useful to Mordekaiser as well. Yes, Mordekaiser's autos are quite useful, but once he gets his passive proccing, and it's, you know, doing the little swirly thing, as we see a little bit of fan service there, fan play coming out.
Well, QQR in the mid lane, he's decided to take Flash and Ignite. So JJ notice is going to have to take a lot of notice inside this lane as to what this Twitch is going to be doing. If he's going to be taking something like Hail of Blades, he has got an awful lot of early damage. That can punish.
Yeah, and I have to say, I do respect the decision here. You know, you lose game 1, you lose it to, albeit quite a cheesy comp with the Torrid Pike and everything. So what do you think to yourself? Fine, you've got cheese, we'll answer back with some cheese of our own.
Exactly.
I've got Cheesy right next to me. They've got Twitch on the map. It's fantastic.
Well, also, no ADCs in the first game. We've got 3 hit. So it's like, they've made up for themselves.
They must have been listening.
Yeah, they've made up for themselves.
They have Twitch open on the little phones on the right.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is fantastic.
But yeah, we'll hopefully get into the game soon and see how all of this goes through.
Yeah. Now, I myself am completely unbiased and obviously just want to see good League of Legends. Oh, yeah. But whenever I see a Twitch, I am slightly inclined to say I want that Twitch to pop off. And we see the Dorn's ring, so it is AP Twitch mid. Fantastic.
Oh, wait. Imagine. Okay, this is just a hypothetical.
Okay.
AP Twitch mid.
Yeah.
AP Varus.
Uh-huh.
AP Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
and then just full AD Wukong.
Just lethality Wukong.
Yeah, lethality
Dust
Wukong.
blade bonking on the enemy.
But no, that's what Varus' his strongest build right now is by far and away the Gale Force into Blade the Rude King, into etc. At least in my opinion, that's what the strongest build is. You can still go full crit. There's so many things you can do on Varus. It should be easy for him to choose any kind of item.
Yeah, one of the most flexible ADCs in the game obviously has the AP build available, has the lethality build available, has Gale Force, has Shield Bow, even Kraken in some circumstances. So quite a good pickup in general. Obviously, we'll probably opt for some kind of on-hit build this game with that AP Twitch in the mid lane. Favoring yet again that sort of solo AP carry with then 2 AD champs around him.
Yep.
Then you look at the other side, your carry threat is more focused around the jungle. On the top side, obviously Xayah can be a very, very strong carry potential ADC, but in the current meta, you know, has had a lot of damage nerfs over the past few years to get with the durability meta. She tends to be more of like a safe option, you know, get you through the game. Very, very strong in team fights, obviously, with her feathers, with the zone control that she has.
Yeah, already we can see that Maud is going to be getting the push inside of this top lane, as we did expect. Seems like mid hasn't lived up to much already in the first 2 minutes, but obviously, you know, we've got a long, long game to go. If we look at some of the jungle pathing as well, both junglers are clearing towards this bot side. And the fact that it's pushed in with the Xayah and the Braum probably means that both sides are going to be looking to go down.
Yeah, this bot lane 3v3 might be a bit more even than last time. Obviously, last time we saw the Hecarim pretty much dumps for the fight because he got his boots back off before he even got the gank in. That is one of the benefits of Hecarim, is just the speed at which he can get around the map and clear those camps. But now Wukong, Viego have quite similar full clear timers. What's interesting to see is whether one of them opts to get the full level 4 of the Krugs here with the Gromp here, or if they both just go straight for the level 3 gank into then river play for the crowd.
But both of these junglers do have the ability to obviously go down there and affect the lane. Obviously, your Wukong W, you're going to be travelling an awful lot of distance in a short period of time, and then obviously the CC that Viego does still bring alongside the semi-invisibility he has when he goes in towards that wall. So, you know, both of these sides do have the ability to influence this, but I think mainly it's going to be if Rent-Free can land a good hook. Smee taking a good trade there towards the top lane, but quite low in terms of this matchup. Maybe took a touch shot or two, but he's still going to be pressuring this lane.
Yeah, just clearing up that ward that the Wukong, I think the crab has already been taken away by Hope. Did get level 4 first, it meant he could move onto it a bit more quickly, which now means Wukong's forced to play a bit of catch-up, chasing him away. Hook just goes wide as Braum tries to answer.
Yeah, basically whenever Blitzcrank uses his hook, all he has is a knock-up left. You can very much look to just entirely pressure the lane for the next 15 seconds while it regenerates. And also a similar thing as well, if Blitzcrank uses his hook and then just goes into reload, there's literally very little he can do, if anything, in terms of being able to respond to you. His ability is very much centered around his kit and obviously his hook being.
And obviously this Twitch, once he gets his first back off, once he gets level 6, actually maybe even before he gets his first back off, see him walking up towards the top lane, could be orchestrating a dive here in a 3v2 situation.
Viego is around here, so Hope will be covering this. I think he has understood what the threat could be. He's placed down a control ward here. He's going to look to sit inside of this bush. Capsley has shown, and he's not going to go for it. Both of them do back off quite smartly indeed.
Yeah, not wanting to risk it. They know Viego could be around. Obviously he has that timer on the Krugs. Twitch now will just scuttle back over to the mid lane. It'll be interesting to see when he gets that first back off, when he starts to look for more aggressive roams. Obviously when he gets level 6, his kill pressure goes up so much. Allows him to proc those passive stacks from long range, and once he gets full passive stacks with the AP build, taps E, blows up anyone on that team.
Yeah, exactly. Varus, very notorious for being someone who can literally blow anyone from so far away. Whether the Platty or the AP build does come through already, you can see that right there. D-Doll takes an awful lot of damage. He obviously didn't put up the Braum wall, but you know, it's an awful lot of damage that's come down onto this bot lane, and it means that there are kill threats all across this map. Maybe not in the mid lane at the moment, because obviously JJ Notice, full HP, has just got back. He's got some items, and he's looking okay at the moment. Obviously ticking level 6 there as well. He's still got the TP, everything like that. But I don't think Twitch is necessarily going to be prioritising killing this Karma. I think he's very much going to shove away, and he's going to look to get towards both of them.
I mean, no matter what you did to Karma, she's going to be the same champ. You know, the champion's going to build her support items, very cheap. Doesn't really rely too much on the lane. So as Twitch, what you want to do is make stuff happen around the map before Karma before she can match your roams.
Yeah.
The later he starts his roams, the more Karma is able to match, to turn those fights, to flip them in her favor. At the same time, if you're Brom here, how much of your life do you put on the line for your ADC, right? Because if you're a complete lunatic, you can jump in front of every hook you want, eat them, and block a lot of damage with your E. With a lower hit ticks, you're wondering, is he going to take
the problem for DMU though is you've got 3 champions that are looking to disengage, and then you've got Viego and Mordekaiser who don't necessarily have the ability to disengage like that. Obviously, Mord, you ult someone and you're forced to go into that fight. You're not going to be able to get out of the fight after they can see where you are, and then you are kind of forced to keep taking that fight. Viego, if you go in with your W, you can't get out again. Like, obviously, you have your ultimate and everything, but you want to be using that onto the squishier members of Kent University, and that is onto the Varus, onto the Twitch and stuff. And I reckon once this Twitch pops out, and once this Twitch is in front of you, you've got 2 champions diving onto it, and then the other 3 are just trying to pill for themselves.
Yeah, the main thing to be focusing on with that Twitch, of course, is what build he chooses to go for. Obviously, Nashor's Tooth first, I'm assuming, regardless. But the Mythic is where it sort of changes, right? So obviously, as AP Twitch, you have the option of pretty much Crown or Riftmaker 9 times out of 10. Usually you'll see the Crown being picked up, just means he can...
Yeah, it does seem that Bootsin has bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, but he has ulted onto Capslay and is going to walk into this jungle to try and take that 1-1. The Blast Cone has been taken down, and Bootsin decides to flash after Capslay, but QQR takes down that kill.
Yeah, very good attempt there from Budzin. Obviously knows that in that isolated 1v1 he does have the advantage. Wukong not 6 yet, but Shen of course was level 6. Gets that Stand United off, which just about heals him up. And Twitch 2 Dark Shield stacks now, 400 gold off the first blood. That'll be massive towards pushing him towards that Nashor's Tooth.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. Budzin, obviously, he's gone in towards that top side. We have a little bit of a replay for it. And he does get onto Capslay, but he's got Smee, he's got QQR all around him. QQR is obviously very beneficial for this Twitch. Very beneficial for Ken if they're looking to get ahead, because this Twitch is very much going to be scary.
Yeah. And also here, I mean, you see this Q flash forwards from the Mordekaiser. Flash wasn't necessarily working in the Q range, and sort of disrespecting the fact that Shen ult is still available. Could have held onto the flash. Could have, just traded the kill.
What's going on here? Why is Capslay so low inside of his own jungle? Hope has taken that kill, and he takes over that Wukong form. Runs away. JJ Notice is around the area.
That was like waking up from a bad dream there. So little Viego in your jungle, 20 HP, absolutely nothing you could do there. Yeah, obviously that 1v1 is heavily favored towards the Viego. Especially because I think Wukong didn't hit level 6 until he killed the wolves, which meant that Viego had that advantage at the start of the fight, is able to then pick up the soul of the Wukong, jump out over the wall, completely unscathed, as pick up the Herald as well off the back of that.
Yeah, obviously DMU, they've got the early objective in terms of the Cloud Dragon, and now they're going to look to take Rift Herald as well. Hope might look to try and use it towards this top side, get some extra plates onto this Mordekaiser, but he's under no... he's not forced to use it, let's say, in terms of, there's no lane that he desperately needs to get ahead. He can use it wherever he wants.
And I do want to see smarter Herald usage from DMU. They had both Heralds last game, and both times pretty much kind of threw it away. The main 2 sort of standing laws about the Herald is A, don't use it on a tower that's full of speed.
JJ Notice is probably going to fall down here. Blitzcrank flashes in, ults as well, the Ignite, and then the Twitch E to finish off that kill. 2-1 in terms of kills.
4 Darksteel stacks as well now for the Twitch. That is absolutely massive for him. 2-0, doesn't see the Viego, but with Blitzcrank still.
Well, Rent-Free is unfortunately going to fall. Most likely Hope picks up the response there as well, and also hooks onto QQR, who's forced to flash away. The ultimate comes in as well, but QQR's CC'd for way too long. He takes the form of Twitch and is now looking to do even more damage to Capslay. If he does the E in as well, that's so much damage. And DMU take down those kills.
Fantastic from Hope. Obviously picks up the Blitzcrank, and the absolute tip of that hand is grasping around that poor little rat's legs. Pulls him in, gets that kill, becomes a Twitch, gets the triple in the end, almost dies the tower, but Triumph just ticking once, twice, 3 times, keeping him alive. He definitely has that Borg on his back. 4-0 on the Viego. That guy is dangerous.
Oh my god, man. He's going to have such an item advantage. And to be honest, it's all from this play. Obviously, you've taken down that Karma, but then Rent-Free gets picked off there, and this Blitzcrank hook. Watch it. Beautiful. He's just airborne for that entire time, forced to flash away, you flash in onto him, he's stunned, you ult on top of him as Hope, and then you use that Twitch damage that he's already built up from getting that kill on your teammate onto Capslay. He's forced to W to try and trade 1-for-1. Hope gets a triumph, and he runs away.
Yeah, obviously Wukong didn't have the clone to be able to get out of that fight, because he had used it to get over the wall to try and save his Twitch in the first place, which didn't end up working out. Rent-Free being bullied in his own lane. But what I was saying before, obviously, is that the Twitch does now have to think between these two options of the Crown of the Shadow Queen and the Riftmaker. The Riftmaker obviously more consistent damage, but with burst champions like Diego that want to get in your face and sort of one-shot you and take your soul, probably going to see the Crown being picked up. Just means he can pop out, you know, spray and pray for a couple of seconds, get the 5 stacks of his passive, pop his E without dying instantly because he has that Crown shield active for the first few seconds of that fight.
Viego, recall, as you said, the Bork, and then also a Sheen and 2 longswords as well. So, you know, just your average buy, you know, you've got your full item now, you've also got a Sheen, and you've also got a bunch of AD. So, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at those Viego items, as the enemy Wukong, there's only so much you can really do at this point in the game. You know, you sort of have to start forcing desperate plays. Getting the second Drake now for DMU is going to be so huge. You know, back-to-back games, they have that Drake pressure, they have that soul pressure, and Wukong can't really get it for a bit. You know, he's forced to try and force steals pretty much every game. Obviously, we saw that Baron steal happening at the last game, but when you're in those positions and when you're constantly trying to make something happen, that's like the worst game state that you could possibly be in, because it means everything's out of your control. You know, you're forcing negative fights, you're forcing plays that you usually wouldn't, and they usually wouldn't work.
We've missed a kill in the bot lane. Xayah has killed Varus, and this bot tower is also going to fall. Seems that Hope has been given some hope towards his bot lane. Soxu getting that kill, not forced to use any of his summoners, and unfortunately for Varus, he used that exhaust in the play. And if we look at the gold lead now, that's 4,000 in the favour of DMU. They destroyed the early game last time, and they're destroying it again today.
Yeah, and as you said, Hope, bringing that hope towards his team, making sure there's no hope left for Kent in this game too. 4-0-1 on the Viego, gets that first tower. Much better Herald usage as well, because they pick up the tower. That's how you want to use Herald. Another thing I was mentioning earlier, those two sort of standing truths of the Herald, right? A, you never use Herald on a tower that has 5 plates, unless you absolutely have to, because all that does is give the enemy free XP, free gold, and it means that your laner is now going to struggle to take the rest of the plates.
Yeah.
Second, never use Herald on a tower that's about to die, because that Herald is going to then be chunked to pretty much no HP, and it won't get the second crash off.
Yeah.
So if you're going to take a tower anyway, there's no point wasting that Herald on it. Much better usage here, possibly a skirmish on top.
Yeah, it seems like Dido is just trying to force Smee off of his ward. He's been unsuccessful. Smee takes the ward and then looks to try and back away. QQR is around here, however, and he might be walking into 3 members. It seems that Smee is leading the charge at the moment. Wukong is also here, and he flash taunts the Xayah. Xayah is forced to use her ult, and the feathers are pulled back. Twitch is stunned. There's so much CC, and Twitch gets caught in all of it. How can your carry survive when there's so much CC available for you? Soxu is just free hitting now, and the stun comes on to Smee. He falls down his way. Capsley and Rent-Free are forced to back away, and Hope is running in now. He's got that Shen form. He dashes in and is unfortunately not able to capitalize further. But simply, every single time we've seen this Twitch try and get a kill, he gets stunned, he gets airborne, everything is thrown towards him.
And this is exactly why you pick the Viego, that carry threats in the jungle. When you've got an Enchanter in the mid lane especially, he becomes such an absolute monster to try and deal with. As you can see in this replay, he knew this play was going to happen, he knew they were sending members towards the top lane.
Yeah, look, Soxu, he just pops the ultimate already, and then nobody can get near him. He flashes into that bush to make sure that he's safe, and by the time Twitch is down, every single one of Kent's members is running away. Capsley taking an awful lot of damage from him free hitting, and then Smee obviously falls as well to the end.
I mean, when Twitch is down, what damage do you have left? You know, your Wukong is so far behind, Blitzcrank's not going to do anything.
Varus isn't even there.
Yeah, Varus is not there. Shen's not going to do anything other than get, you know, Taunt off. Obviously has the damage from his Q, but that's about it. So once that Twitch is gone, you're just being chased down in your own top lane, and there's nothing left for them to do.
That's one of the things we didn't talk about with this contest. You pick Twitch into people that do have like some CC and do have ways to get onto you, and the only thing you have to protect you is a Blitzcrank. So you kind of have to peel for yourself.
They also have no Enchanter to support the Twitch, which, while it's not necessarily a necessity, that is sort of what makes Twitch so strong, is having those other support champions around him. Obviously, AP Twitch is very strong in his own right, but if you can get on him without really losing too much, it's just a bit too easy for DMU to play. Like, who do they really need to think about other than Twitch? You know, if Twitch is dead, their fight is pretty much won.
Yeah, because Varus doesn't even have his item yet. Xayah has built a Ravenous Hydra. We do see Budzin. He's going to take that 1v1 onto QQR, and he might even win it. QQR flashing out of the way, but that does not matter because you're against a Mordekaiser. Guess what? I stand on top of you, I deal damage to you, you die. That's the agreement.
This is exactly what we were talking about before, you know, like he doesn't need to think about anyone else. He sees the Twitch, he ults him.
Yeah, Kyoto unfortunately falling underneath that turret, doing an awful lot of damage to Dido, and using his ult in the process, and the flash, and still falling. It's just going from bad to worse for Kent, DMU just taking over this game.
Yeah, DMU, as you say, just running away with this one slowly now. Viego so close to now finishing that mythic for himself. Zaya, you saw the damage coming out there. Has Hydra as her first item, fully stacked already. Not sure what mythic she's going to opt for to match that. Maybe Shield Bow, maybe the Turbo Omnivamp ADC build. And this is sort of what ADCs have become.
Hook coming through onto Karma. JJ forced to flash away. A nice hook found there by Rent-Free, but that, to be honest, that's probably one of the few, if maybe even the only time I've said that this game at the moment. QQR back stops the back of Hope. Hope is forced to run away.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard in the case of the bot lane, because if you hook the Braum, that may not even be beneficial for you.
Exactly,
you know?
yeah. Braum's going to be on you anyway. He's going to put the wall up. What can you do?
Yeah, and in that bot lane 2v2, you know, you hook the Braum in, you're just giving him his passive for free. You're getting him closer to your Varus. Zaya can then free hit. So unless you're getting hooks onto Zaya, onto Karma, onto Viego, that's not really doing anything. And if you hook anyone other than really Zaya and Karma, you're not going to kill them. Because Viego has too much healing and support and shielding from the rest of his team. Once he has his ult if he has to get out.
Yep.
Braum, Monster's tank. Mordekaiser can just grab someone else. Obviously has that sustain, has the Tabis, has the Rift Maker. And Karma and Zaya aren't really ever going to be in a position where they're in that danger.
Well, it seems like Kent do want to contest this, what will potentially be the Soul Point Dragon for DMU. All 5 members of DMU are around, and Shen does have the ultimate in case Kent do want to go in, but they drag out the Drake. There's no vision anymore. They're going to look to burn it down, which means that Kent in 5 minutes' time will have to contest that Chemtech Soul. Not the most potent, impactful Soul at the moment, but obviously it still is Dragon Soul. You have to contest it.
Obviously the main power of this Soul for DMU here is going to be, I think, stopping A, the Shen taunt, and B, the Varus ultimate. The Varus ultimate is such a massive AoE lockdown tool if it can spread onto different enemies. So having the tenacity to make that a bit shorter, meaning that you know, you can't get popped by the Twitch, you can't get follow-up CC'd by the Wukong, is going to be very, very good for them. As well as that, will be a slight buff to the Karma with her E. Obviously, the Conqueror as well on Viego and Mordekaiser, just a little bit of extra healing, a little bit of extra shielding, might sometimes make the difference.
Something as well, Varus has now completed his first item. He's also got some boots, so he will be able to stack up the Blight at some extent, I guess, but unfortunately for them, this Varus just hasn't had that same effect that this Zaya has, and Zaya even now has the Ravenous Hydra, and it almost has 2 items when this Varus is absolutely nowhere near that amount. 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and the problem with this Varus build in this team comp is that it's built for sort of longer lasting team fights in which you can start free hitting onto tanks, for example, but you don't really get that this game. You know, most of your team is going to be getting a one-shot by this absolutely monster-fed Viego. You know, Mordekaiser is going to be taking away any of your other carries, which means Varus is just going to be left as a sitting duck, and he doesn't really have the opportunity to auto. He's very short range, so he's outranged by Karma, similar range to Zaya, but he can't really get close enough because of the Braum, the Viego, and the Mordekaiser. So I think Varus in general is going to really struggle to find his way back into this game unless they can make a miracle happen.
Yeah, exactly the case as well. Viego, 2.5 items, 19 minutes. That is quite insane in terms of just how fed he is as well. 158 farm on a jungler at this point as well is just something you simply don't see anywhere near as often as you would. You can just look at that gold value. 9.6 thousand gold is in this Viego's back pocket. Soxu may have overstepped here against Smee, but he flashes and ults away. Now Capsule has gone in and uses that ultimate as well. He's taken down Soxu, and maybe this is the time for Kent to strike, but Viego has turned up. Hope does an awful lot of damage. Smee is the one who's forcing himself to tank it all, and Rent-Free has been forced to flash away. A 1-for-1 at the end, and Hope has been forced to ultimate away. QQR has popped his ultimate as well. Dido is the one who's likely to fall first. JJ notices as well, is forcing himself to pop that shield and run away as fast as possible. Rent-Free still here, unfortunately doesn't have a hook. And finally Kent will find something good. Yeah,
and Kent getting away with a bit of a heist there. I thought Viego would be able to turn back and do a bit more damage. Obviously, Mordekaiser didn't have the TP to be able to match the play, and the Shen ultimate saved the Wukong just on about 100 HP, which meant that they were able to walk away with a winning fight for once.
Oh yeah, exactly. So Soxu gets caught out here with the taunt by Smee, taken down to awful low HP numbers. And the ultimate as well from Braum is just, he's used only on the Shen to try and save his AD carry, which is unfortunately not happening for him. Capsule forced to get out of that fight after killing that Zaya. Stuff just happens throughout the rest of this fight. Rent-Free forced to flash away, and then he lands that hook onto Hope.
Yeah, and obviously the Varus at the end of the fight just picking up the Braum. Is DMU out of thin air apparently have picked up the Baron.
I mean, they're 9,000, well, 8,000, 8 and a bit thousand gold in the lead. Viego could just sneak this under anybody's like knows, and D-Doll is going to take some damage from QQR, but he's doing absolutely nowhere near as much damage as you would have thought he would be doing at this point in the game. Buzzin as well just flashes straight onto that Twitch. He's analysed the fact that QQR is the only thing that's keeping Kent inside this game, and Twitch is down. QQR is no longer a part of this Kent team. The Varus ultimate as well, used to force them away. He's got no blight stacked on anybody at the moment. He's just free hitting onto Hope, and it's not going to matter because Smee falls down as well, and those are your tanky member and your carry. All you have now is Kyoto to try and clear some ways, but surely DMU, they run this down mid, they take this inhibitor turret, and they force the Drake next time they recall. They're even forcing on 2 different lanes with this Baron buff at this point. They're so far ahead.
Yeah.
I don't see how Kent can even force their way back in.
I just taking that Baron going straight into the forward one, sending Zai into that side lane now. She has the ability with her W to push that tower very quickly. They are now massively in on all 3 lanes. Obviously Mordekaiser got that tier 2 bot lane earlier in the game, which is incredible just for the gold value, if anything.
Yeah, just look at this. So Budvin, he flashes, he gets onto QQR. What can QQR do against a Mordekaiser that's just sitting on top of you? You flash and you try to kite out as much as possible. You get hit by 1 ability by that Mordekaiser and you are dead. Kyoto uses that ultimate and step, but everyone is forced to run away. Smee goes back in because he's forced to. He has to let his team get out of that area. It's so precarious for them. Hook goes wide from Rent-Free, unfortunately, and DMU taking more advantages, and Caps Lane might even
He's straight back into one of the team fight here.
Yeah, looks like there's just a little bit of trading, but it's just JJ noticed.
But this is Seoul, so they're going to have to try and make something happen. Wukong maybe just to look for the steal. But my heart goes out to this poor little Twitch who's not being allowed to play this game.
Well, Capsley is going to have to get into this pit sooner rather than later. There's only 4,000 HP on that dragon. It counts. The Braum ult comes through as well, knocks everybody up. Zaya forced to use her own ultimate. Viego takes down that dragon, and Zaya is just free hitting. Sokzu doing an awful lot of damage to this backline. He Gale forces in, and Kyoto is the only one left standing. There's not much Varus can do. He's stunned now, and as Sokzu does all of these auto-attacks, the feathers land on the ground. A double kill for Sokzu, and the ace for DMU. They pick up the soul, they pick up the game, they take these inhibitors, they're going to hit these Nexus turrets, and they're going to look to win game 2 and take themselves to match point in this series already.
As you said, TP's coming in immediately. They're going to break open that base. Nothing that Kent can do anymore. Game 2 will go to DMU, and they will go up 2-0 in the series. As I said, that poor little Twitch player, there's nothing you can do, man.
No.
What can you do? You're the only main carry focus. Everyone's focused on you. Nobody else on your team really has the potential to win these fights. It's just unplayable for Kent.
Exactly. Rent-Free can't do anything there at the end of the game. That's 2 games for DMU at the moment in this Amazon best of 5 final for NUEL. Join us after a small break that will happen at some point soon for game 3. Now, do you think that with these strong early game performances and DMU winning these 2 games, can they secure it 3-0 like they said cockily at the beginning?
It's looking like it, isn't it? I think this game a lot more convincing than obviously game 1. I think part of that came down to the draft that they had as well. It just seemed to work so well for them. Karma sort of neutralized the Twitch threat in the sense that Twitch wasn't allowed to ever roam because Karma was able to push so quickly.
Yeah,
if you ever did roam, nothing really happened, and that meant Karma was just free scaling slowly over the course of the game. Once we got to about 20 minutes, Twitch was the central point of the entire game, and if Twitch was dead,
He had no items.
yeah,
Like,
they had no items, and if Twitch was dead, Kent were dead as a team.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, so all they had to do was focus down that little rat, and once the little rat was gone, the game is pretty much over. They got 4 Drakes uncontested, they got Herald, they got Baron completely out of nowhere, and even though they may have lost 1 team fight in the top lane, it was in the end completely inconsequential.
Unfortunate for DMU that, you know, well, it's not even unfortunate for DMU, it's unfortunate for Kent that this game was so one-sided. For Kent, they didn't really have much hope in that game, which was very unfortunate for them. I hope that in this 3rd game, they can come back and show us what they are truly made of.
Yeah, I mean, and we see it happening in the replays here. Like, they started off not too badly, Kent. They got a couple kills on the Twitch, but there's just no way for them to push that lead. And this mid lane plays what really flipped the game, you know? Viego just getting a triple kill off this play. Obviously, that hook is so instrumental in securing that. But getting a triple kill, accelerating himself to the point where Wukong just cannot ever match anything.
Yeah, and I mean, this play here, Dido and Hope just going absolutely insane in this middle lane. And that just led to all of these different parts of the game. Sokzu getting caught out here by Smee. And yeah, well, to be fair, this was another moment of hope for Kent. They take down the Zaya, but I mean, you don't have people here to deal damage for you. Your Varus isn't here yet, your Twitch turns up, but your Twitch doesn't really do much in terms of this fight.
And the thing is, post 15 minutes, this is the only thing that actually went well for them, you know? So, overall, I think going into the next game, what you need to look at is, Kent, is how can you draft to win?
Yeah.
Because they're drafting these comps that are so focused on like one potential carry or so focused on like one specific playstyle. They just they're not finding avenues to play the game. You know, if DMU shut off that one door, which in this case is the Twitch, they then can't play anymore. So I want to see Kent maybe try something a bit more fruity in the draft. Just, you know, do something a bit more fun. Maybe also we saw the Twitch mid, but maybe just throw a curveball in there, something to throw them off. But yeah, 2-0 now for DMU. The Polish fans are probably going crazy over this one.
But yeah,
fantastic performance.
That Mordekaiser was so pivotal for DMU inside of that game, and we're going to now head to a quick break for Game 3. So obviously, you know, stick around. Game 3 could be the deciding game for DMU. Thank you for joining us, and keep watching.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
I've travelled a lot. I've been in Sweden, I've been in Denmark, and I've seen the esports programs they have there. But here at Confetti, it's night and day in terms of what the students are getting. This is by far at the front of the list for learning esports, progressing into working in esports, which is a gap I've never seen bridged.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's game 3 of DMU versus Kent. DMU 2-0 up in this Amazon University Esports League grand final supported by Prime Student and also Omen. Do you think that it's going to be a 3-0?
Listen, the way these two games have panned out so far, I have to say I'm more on the side of the 3-0 being completed. I think the side of DMU has just looked a bit stronger over both games. First game was a bit closer. Second game, they really showed that gap that has been building up. So it comes down to really, can they keep that level? Can they keep that high level? And will Kent be able to find an answer in this last third game?
Well, I've seen some of the players' faces. They still have some smiles. So hopefully, those good vibes can carry through to a good result for Kent. All they have to do is fix that early kind of middle game area. And in the first game, they showed a lot of promise. In that second game, we just have to hope that they can bounce back from that.
Yeah, and I mean, they got here, right? So at the very least, they are one of the two best teams that we've had so far at the competition. So we know that there's more in them. We know that they have the capability to take a game off of DMU. It's just about, will they be able to pull that off today?
Oh yeah, and we will hope for that. And obviously, we took a little bit of criticism towards their draft. Do you think that they're going to change it up entirely, or are they going to stick to what might have been a plan for them?
I like the idea that they had with going for the Twitch in the mid lane, trying to switch things up a bit. What I will say though is that they sort of isolated that Twitch in a way that meant the draft wasn't really playable. You need to have multiple points of focus within a team. You can't have one carry threat. That doesn't really work outside of like solo queue or like low-level competitive play, right? Because as we saw in the last game, that Twitch got targeted every time he died. It meant the series was pretty much decided, you know. So what I need to see from them is them not relying so much on their mid laner. You can tell that he is a very strong carry for their team. He's, you know, he pulled 5 bans from DMU. You know, they're targeting him as hard as physically possible. So what they have to do is stop focusing him so much and spread out, see what else the rest of the team could do. You know, you've got 4 players around him that are surely capable of winning the game, are surely capable of playing to that same standard. So, you know, take a bit of responsibility off the mid laner, push things out to the side lanes, see what can be done through maybe a bot carry, maybe through a more carry-oriented top laner. Obviously, you know, we saw Shen last game, who all he can really do is be a bit of a stun bot, you know, a bit of a shield bot with his ult. So how can they sort of bring those players into the game more?
Yeah, that is probably a good way for them to go in this potentially final game. Now, obviously, I don't want it to be the final game. I want to be here for all 5 games. I want to hear Silver Scrapes. Obviously, not actually Silver Scrape, but I want to hear, like, everyone go mental for a game 5. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. But it's all on these guys right here. You can see it's all on Kent to take it to game 5, and drafts has already started. Very similar to last time, DMU are now targeting those mid laners, taking as much away from QR as possible.
Yeah, the exact same bans coming out from both sides, of course.
Puts in, takes away that Viego as well. So Hope is back on Viego, and do Kent have an answer for this?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they pick up as the counter to Viego. So hard to counterpick because whatever you're picking into Viego, you're basically also giving to Viego because he can then play those champions in return. Yeah. We see the Seraphine first picked, might look at the Seraphine, Senna first picked, might look at the Seraphine Senna bot lane again. Maybe something more tanky to pair with the Senna, but it is the Seraphine.
I don't think there was much doubt that that would be coming across once you saw that Senna picked up first. You maybe could have flexed the Seraphine or something like that, but obviously Seraphine Senna. That's going straight to the bot lane. It gives now Hope and JJ Notice a way to pick something. And we said this at the beginning of the day. Was it Soxu, who was a really strong Twitch mate?
Now, Soxu is known for his little Twitch.
Zerath as well.
He is known for his little Twitch champion, so surely that's going to go into him. Surely that's the ADC pick. Senna Seraphine is such a strong lane, but obviously the last time we didn't get to see it at its full potential. One of the main things that they need to do is actually build those carries around that Senna and Seraphine. They can't just have them isolated with like a Trundle like they had last time. We need to see something more potent, something more aggressive. Syndra, I think, is a good start.
I don't know what's going on here on the camera, but that's fine. But yeah, so Soxu, he's obviously going to be on his Twitch. Dido as well. I assume is going to be taking this Zerath. The QQR has picked up the Syndra before it can be taken away in the second round of bans. We saw in the second round of bans Victor and Syndra take away in both of the occasions, and Karma is now taken for board.
Yeah, so the main problem with the Syndra pick is it doesn't necessarily have as much agency as some of the other mid laners that we picked. So Silas has a lot more power to sort of make things happen across the map. Syndra is kind of stuck in the mid lane for the most part, unless her laner roams with her. Doesn't have the best wave clear until she hits level 4, level 5, and starts putting points in her queue. At the same time, that Zerath, if that Zerath is into Syndra, obviously it does have the range advantage into her. It's a lot easier for him to play around his spells. And it just becomes a bit of a sort of mini-game in the mid lane between the two poke champions.
Well, yeah, I think that obviously that range advantage as well in the bot lane is going to be somewhat decent for the Zerath against the Seraphine as well. And then also, obviously, you know, if you land that stun, Twitch is on everybody at the moment, and then that will be very, very good for the Twitch. Karma Yuumi taken away, so maybe they do think that Zerath is going towards that mid lane, and then Twitch will have an enchanter going.
Lulu is open.
That is true. Xin Zhao taken as the jungler for Kent, which means that they will be counter-picking in what they believe to be the top lane. We'll see what Soxu and Diddle are locking in
just go Lulu.
for their members. Yeah, exactly. Just pick Lulu.
Just pick
and
Lulu.
then pick a tank and pick Ornn. Lulu and Ornn. And then you'll be fine.
You have EU as the Twitch player. All you need to do is pair this guy with the...
I mean, Zillion's pretty good as well. Why don't we pick Lulu as well? Put the Zillion in the top lane, go on.
I respect it. I respect the vision.
Aatrox, very strong. Camille, very strong. All these hovers are very strong for this pickup, and Camille is the one that they do decide to go for.
I mean, look, Zillion obviously better with the rest of the comp. I'm such a... I'm so addicted to the thrill that you get from watching a Twitch Lulu when he gets, you know, later in the game when he gets 2-3 items and he's just spraying. Everything black is on in the background. You've got the beat blasting. It's going completely crazy. Sadly, we don't get to see that. Instead, we have the Zillion pick.
Fiora. Now, this is going to be a scrap in the top lane.
Okay, yeah. So, opting for pretty much just the skill matchup, 1v1, tends to be, for the most part, Fiora favored in just a flat 1v1. It can get a bit tricky because the Fiora has to take into account, you know, Does she want to W? Does she want to W the Camille jump? Does she want to W the Q max? With the second Q, obviously massive damage from the Camille, or does she even want to W the ultimate perhaps? So it just comes down to sort of decision making in that team, in that little 1v1 in the top lane, how the junglers could then impact that. But both champions very strong on the current patch.
Yeah, I think that you'll be looking top lane here if you're going to be going anywhere as a jungler. You don't have all that much setup in the bot lane. Yeah, you do have some tools to be able to benefit your laners. However, I think the junglers are going to mainly be doing bot stop clears. You're going to see Hope in that top lane trying to help out Budzin, and you're going to see Capslay up in that top lane trying to kill Budzin and stuff. So it's going to be very much top-centered, at least in my opinion.
No, absolutely. And I just completely missed that, but it is Zilean going mid and Xerath going to the bot lane.
Exactly.
That means obviously we've got a lot more pressure in the bot lane. Obviously Zilean quite a bit weaker than Xerath in the early game, so it means Twitch is allowed to play the lane more freely. Obviously, Zilean will scale massively into the late game, which is why he does so well in solo lanes. Because he's able to scale into later levels. If he gets level 16, his ult can be on like a 25 to 30 second cooldown, depending on your runes. Meaning he's ulting like twice in a fight. He's got a double revive basically, as well as dishing out constant slows with the E, good damage, good CC with the good double bomb. Just a very, very strong pick in general.
And obviously, Twitch as an AD carry is going to be kind of the one that you're trying to protect. Obviously, Zilean, you're going to make him faster. You're going to make sure that he does not die. This time, DMU have the Twitch, I think. Am I right?
Yeah.
DMU have the Twitch, and they're going to try and make sure that that Twitch does not die. Can they do better than Kent in the last game by doing that?
I believe so. I believe that the comp is more suited for the Twitch. There's a lot more tools to sort of keep them alive, and they have such a high range comp. As we see, a little bit of trading already happening won't lead to anything really. Obviously, we'll see also on-hit Twitch this game rather than AP Twitch, which in my opinion is a lot more fun to watch. It's a lot more fun to watch Twitch going absolutely bonkers rather than seeing him just drop his W on the floor and waiting for his ticks to stack up, waiting for his points to stack up. But yeah, it will be interesting to see how they can play on the Twitch. Even if the Twitch isn't in a good spot, Camille, Viego, two very, very strong carry champions. Xerath has the damage to one-shot any of, Syndra, Seraphine, Senna. Such a potent pick there as well. And then Zilean, boosting the Viego, boosting the Camille. Absolutely fantastic combo there.
Will obviously be the case as we head throughout this game. Capslay is going to start on this top side actually, so maybe he's going to be looking to gank on towards that Senna and Seraphine in the bot lane, unless he's going to go for something cheesy in this top lane. And it seems like by kiting the buff like that, unless he's going to go back downwards, he's probably going to do that. Heal and flash and exhaust already used inside this bot lane. We've missed a big trade. Diddle taken an awful lot of damage, but so has Rent Free.
And the main thing, the Senna no longer has that flash, so if she gets tagged by maybe a long range Xerath E, obviously the scaling stun on that one. If Twitch can get enough stacks off, maybe picks up a little kill.
Yeah, I think Soxo knows what to do in this kind of a lane, because he's basically just picked Q and he's going to sit in front of both these guys. If ever they're not trading both onto him, then that small little bit of attack speed that he gains as he goes out of that Q will make him benefit.
Yeah, obviously level 2 is such a huge power spike for both Senna and for Seraphine, so just making sure they can't really get XP, keeping them off the minions, making sure that he can dictate the lane, because if that Twitch is able to scale, I think they might struggle to deal with him.
Yeah, Capslay, he's going towards the bot side rather than the top side. Soxu's going to try and hide around this vision, hide around the wave, but surely they know that he's going to be around. And Rent Free has been forced to go into the blue side jungle to help Xin Zhao with the clear. I don't exactly know what Senna's doing. Maybe she's getting some stacks, but Kyoto's basically just sitting under this turret and trying not to die.
I mean, the amount of XP he's missed by going to get those stacks obviously makes it not really worth it. Maybe he just thinks he wasn't going to get XP in the bot lane anyway, so I might as well try and salvage something somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe leave a bit of solo XP for the Seraphine just in case. But obviously, if they can get this clear done faster, that also means that Xin Zhao can match.
Yeah, but Rent Free's not even sticking around for that stack. He's just gone straight back to the wave. And yeah, he's now ticked level 2. But Soxu and Diddle are both level 3. And Rent Free's only just got back. He's stunned at the moment, but Diddle's very low on HP. And Capslay is... Oh, no, he's clearing out the ward. I thought Capslay was going to flash, coming in with a W.
Yeah, there's no flash for the Senna, so they can't really threaten that flash W engage. Xin Zhao's spot on the board, no real follow-up there, and with Senna only being level 2, Seraphine only being level 2.
I saw Diddle's low health bar, and I thought, you know what, there's no way that he gets out of this alive, and he did. So.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, top lane, very much going to be more of this scrap that we were hoping. Budzin and Smee both doing a lot of damage towards each other. They both have tools to be able to win this lane matchup.
Yeah.
And they're obviously both going to charm.
I mean, I think right now, I mean, bot lane almost double the CS on that Twitch right now. Viego already able to pick up both crabs as well as completing his full clear, so he'll be in a very, very good spot. Can back if he needs to. Looks like he's looking for maybe something on the mid lane with Twitch roaming up as well.
Oh, well, Soxu is actually going towards this mid lane, and QQR might find himself a fatality in terms of himself. Hope has turned up as well, but Capsula's here to ward off any further attempts on QQR's life at this point.
Yeah.
Soxu and Dido are going to go back towards that bottom lane. Hope's going to help JJ Nurse push out this mid wave, despite QQR doing an awful lot of damage to JJ.
Not level 6 yet. So
Yeah, exactly. If the level 6 was there, then you definitely do have a chance to take down that kill there.
yeah, I mean, this lane just feels quite bad for Syndra because what you do doesn't necessarily matter that much. As a Zilean, all you're doing is trying to survive and trying to get into those later stages of the game. Once he hits 6, he basically just becomes a support bot for his jungler.
Yep.
You can even sack mid waves and give that farm to your jungler because gold is not very useful on Zilean. You know, once he gets 1 or 2 items, that's all the champ really needs. What matters on Zilean is the XP. So all he has to do is sit around that mid lane, you know, pick up that XP. If Syndra ever roams, he can match because of the mobility he has. He can, you know...
Rank 3 is... well, he has taken an awful lot of damage against Soxu. Dido. It seems that... well, I was only watching on that on the minimap, also we didn't see that live ourselves, but very much Soxu can literally just hover right outside the vision of both Rent-Free and Kyoto, and there's not an awful lot they can do. They've even put a control ward inside of the bush just to make sure that this Twitch cannot sneak up on them.
Yeah. Honestly, as I was saying earlier, the main threat of the Zilean mid is just the ability to overload lanes, right? So you pair him with a jungler or a top laner that has quite a good amount of mobility or CC. You know, you think about the main picks. Usually to pair along Zilean, you've got Darius, Camille is quite a popular one, Viego as we see. But these picks are just able to completely control areas of the map, because if Zilean gets points in his E, gets that massive speed boost, it means that they can pretty much pick off anyone at any point from out of nowhere, right? So like, this Syndra right now, couple minutes into the game, absolutely not safe, ever. He just puts his E on the Camille, suddenly Syndra's in a 1v3 with, you know, Camille, Zilean, Viego. 3 seconds, she's dead, bang, they're out, and there's no real risk because Zilean has so many disengage tools with his ult, with his E, with the double bombs and everything.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. Camille currently holding the wave on her turret as well while Fiora's running back. So Fiora is missing a few minions, but Camille was already down that many in this game so far, and has not actually reset 4 items, so she's going to be a Sheen and 2 longswords down if she does not manage to push this wave out and then get back, but they're likely going to be forced to use the TP in such an engagement. Even gold so far across this game.
Yeah, but already we're seeing the Drake prior being established again for DMU. Obviously did have 3 Drakes in the first game and got Soul in the last game. They've clearly been prioritizing these objectives, you know, getting to the Drakes first, getting to the Heralds first, and that has been a sort of large point of their success. You know, they always seem to be ready for the objectives, they always seem to be first to the objectives and the ones forcing these plays to happen.
Yeah, Soxu, JJ, Notice and Hope around this mid lane, but a good pushback by QQR means that she is not at threat.
Yeah, but this is exactly what I mean, right? Zilean is level 6 now, so you can kind of just do whatever you want, and if it doesn't work, you just walk away. You know, there's no real threat. You know, like last game, the mid lanes that you're playing, you've got like Twitch mid, things like that.
Well, we've got a Twitch with a serrated Dirk at the moment.
That is...
so, is that, what, is he rushing Collect, or is he going Lethality Twitch?
Right, so I see a lot of ADCs do this.
In this third game, has he got the balls to get a serrated Dirk and then go Lethality Twitch just to rub it in the face of Ken?
Yeah, I will say, as much as I wish that was happening, I can't see it. What you see a lot of ADCs do nowadays is they buy the serrated Dirk because it's just such a good component. So when you back on 1100 gold, instead of buying boots, you get the Dirk, it gives you that nice AD plus the lethality, which is such a good stat to have early game. And they'll just sit on that Dirk for the rest of the game, so then they'll go into their Mythic, into their Bork, whatever, and have it sort of as a backup item to eventually maybe upgrade. Sometimes they'll sell it to buy something else. But on Twitch, I will say attack speed is so important that I can't see him not going an attack speed item first. I think this is just a temporary placeholder. Yeah,
well, that might very well be the case. It obviously gives him nice early game stats, especially against squishy champions. That is going to be the case earlier on. Capslay using his W over the wall means that he knows that this Rift Herald has been pulled out, and he hasn't got the team around him to be able to contest this, which means that DV are going to get yet another early game.
And again, we see the objective control, and this Viego is already accelerating his lead. 24 CS up, sorry, 23 CS up. Camille is struggling a bit in that top lane for farm, but I don't think she cares too much.
Yeah.
Once she gets onto that mythic power spike, she'll be fine anyway with the Zillion and the Viego to back her up. Twitch now with a pickaxe, so I'm getting scarily close to that collector here.
If you're just rushing collector first item, and oh well, there's some trading going on in the top lane, maybe even a 1v1 kill. Budzin, he's lost an awful lot of HP, but Soxu is around. The exhaust goes on to Smee, and the Twitch ult is already going down, forcing the flash forwards and the E, but Smee does not fall, and Soxu has used an awful lot to not even get a kill.
That was the EU West solo queue Twitch I came here to see today. That was absolutely fantastic. Flashing in, even though he knows he doesn't have the damage to kill, just wants to show off a little bit, get in his face. Senna ult goes wide.
Yeah, but he's not rent-free. Rent-free's on the other team.
Oh, he's not rent-free.
Yeah, exactly. He's not rent-free in the head of Smee, and he's trying to be.
No. But Smee absolutely is going to feel the after effects of that one being forced to TP back to lane. Means he finally loses control of that wave. Camille is finally bailed out and able to back, so very good from Twitch to help out his top laner there.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate his waves in this kind of a state, because it is just pushing away from him, but he's already got a farm lead, and he's grabbed some boots. He's going to run straight back there as fast as he possibly can. Ditto as well, he literally can just sit here and hold the wave by himself. As soon as they walk up, you just walk away, you've got your stun, you've got your stun.
And I mean, so high range that he can just, sit in XP range, pick up a bit of poke if he wants to. Obviously Twitch now was spotted for about half a second on the pink ward, but...
Yeah, and Kyoto's going to take an awful lot of damage already. Stunned up at the moment, and the Xerath ult comes through. The charm does nothing to stop him, and Rent-Free is going to look to try and take something back, but he's going to be standing alone already. First blood for DMU. Again, early game. Kent, they haven't done as much as they need to.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a bit of a bad read there from the side of Kyoto, because Twitch did pop up for about half a second. Maybe he wasn't seen for long enough to really get it, but you should know that Twitch is coming to lane there. If Xerath is suddenly stepping up out of nowhere, he's been playing like not even halfway up the lane for the last 3-4 minutes, and suddenly he's running into your face, there has to be some ups there. You have to respect it. Step off and let the wave come to you.
Yeah, well, obviously, we can see an awful lot more from up here. We can see that the Twitch is looming, but obviously, you have to take that caution, and it was unfortunate that Kent did not decide to.
Yeah, and I will say that is the latest first blood we've had by far. This is a much more sort of slow and controlled game, it seems. Kent, which may prove beneficial, but also does mean that DMU have been able to pick up objectives without much contention, and we don't want to see them let that sort of slip away from them.
QQR has got the Luden's Echo, and Fiora is pulling out even more of a farm lead in top. So it seems that mid and top, Smee and QQR are trying to turn up in this last game. Well, potentially last game.
Longsword picked up from the Twitch, so I think he's not going Collector, thankfully. As fun as it would have been, I don't think it would necessarily be the best first buy. Obviously when the Andrews comes down.
Yeah, they're looking to try and get in towards Hope here, but JJ Notice stuns everybody up. Is Buzen actually coming in towards his play? Capslay, he's overstepped, unfortunately, and now QQR and Rent-Free are going to have to run for the hills, back underneath their own turrets. It's unfortunate for Capslay, he's overstepped there, and now that's yet another objective in the early game for DMU.
Yeah, it's a second Drake, it's a second kill, absolutely massive damage coming out from the Xerath there, just completely blew up that part of the
And there's another kill in the bot lane. So it seems that Soxu, with all that AD, can just walk at Kyoto, and there's nothing that they can do. Stunned up, however, is Hope. He's also rooted, and that's finally a return kill. Is it Syndra versus everybody on DMU?
Yeah, this is the benefit of that serrated pick first, right? So Seraphine and Senna both have quite low base armor, which means that lethality is trunking off like over half of their base armor, which means that you're essentially doing, well, almost true damage, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, Armor Pen scales a lot better, but at this early stage of the game, that Dirk just doing so much allows him to pick up those kills, maybe doing more damage than even that bot lane expects, and just sort of catching them off guard.
That would probably be the case. We can see how this play started off. Capslay takes an awful lot of damage from that Xerath. That is insane how much damage that Q does. Already so early on into the game, and he's only a support who's level 6.
Yeah, and again we see the Senna Seraphine lane just not quite working. They're just being picked off way too easily. The champs are very squishy, and they're finding themselves in very awkward positions where they just get picked up completely out of nowhere and one shot essentially. That's Seraphine now. 2 deaths, both of them happening pretty much within 3 seconds.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the great CS lead in mid and top, this game would definitely already be in the favor of DMU, but in fact, Kent actually have a 1,000 gold lead at the moment.
Yeah, and you say that, but at the same time, even with that gold lead, I worry. Because look where that gold is. It's on Syndra, it's on Fiora, right? Zillion doesn't care right now that gold is on Syndra. Because his job is not to be ahead in the mid lane. His job is to just survive, as I said earlier. Once he gets to level 11, he's going to be such a potent threat in team fights. It's going to be almost impossible for Syndra to ever get picks because her combo is so prescripted, right?
Yeah.
When she gets her ult off, you know her ult is coming off. And with that X key in place, the Zilean, all he has to do is press R, and Syndra's pretty much rendered useless off that map. The one thing I will say is when somebody is resurrecting, Syndra can predict maybe with a QE or something like that.
Yeah.
But it just makes the game much harder to play when you have that Zilean factor.
Yeah, obviously, Woodson as well, so you can obviously win the game through Fiora side laning, 1v1ing. Unfortunately, we missed yet another kill on Kyoto. It seems to be a trend in these games that Kyoto just falls down an awful lot. Budzin and Hope are now going to be running in towards Smee and Capslay. The Xin Zhao ult knocks away Hope, and Budzin has not got his life anymore. More gold onto Smee.
I mean, look, I respect it. Budzin's always...
There's another kill. QQR's killed Soxu. Where is this happening? There's another kill for Rent-Free as well. And both of DMU's remaining members are running down towards this bot side to try and pick up the scraps.
Yeah, I mean, good kills picked up in the end. Obviously, Twitch and Zerth and Camille all going down means that kills are even out 4-4. Fiora will get a lot of gold off this top tower. Doesn't want to waste the Demolish, I think. Wants to let some minions die as well. Will now pick up that tower after the cannon has fallen. So we'll now finally see these kills.
Oh yeah, that is great. So there's Diddle, who has been taken down by Kyoto, and Soxo actually very low. We're going to move out of the replay as the Rift Herald is being taken down at the moment. Smee and Capslay looking to take this one down as quickly as possible. Maybe try and keep the gold lead going in this top lane and maybe try and use it to influence the map.
So what happened essentially there was that Budzin saw his team getting kills, he saw his Twitch, he saw his Zerth, he saw his Viego, he said, I want a piece of this, guys, please let me get in. So the second he sees Fiora, the second he knows he has Viego close to him, he ease forward, ults immediately, but Viego can't really follow up. So Camille gets one shot, Viego has to run away with his tail between his legs, and then it ends up going a lot worse with two of them dropping in the bot lane as well.
Well, yeah, Capslay's ultimate just knocks everybody away, and Diddle, that is salt in the wound. He snipes that with his Q, and Syndra can no longer have that blue buff. But Soxu might have gone a bit far, but he manages to get away with the flash.
If you're Xin Zhao, you're walking back into base, you're taking a little breather, you know, you're spamping your team a bit, you're saying, where's my bot, where's my mid, how did that happen, guys, what's going on the map? And then you're running back on the map and trying to recollect your mental.
Dude, QQR is just like, that's so unfortunate for him. Like, Dido literally, it's a snipe from the river all the way to the blue buff. There's not much he can do really to stop that. And he's going to be forced to play the next few minutes of the game without any blue buff.
I mean, in the end, it probably won't affect too much over the course of the game. It's just a little bit of a mental tilter. Obviously quite annoying. What is interesting to note as well is that no matter what happens on the map, DMU seem to always get these objectives, right? So they lose a team fight and then they get Herald. They lose a fight and then they get Drake. So no matter what happens, they're always sort of in these positions where they're able to win the game. As we get a nice little view of our little pet. Look at that guy.
He's happy. He's just a little guy. He's a happy guy.
He's just a cute little guy. I will say, I've seen, I think, only the green pet over the last 3 games.
Yeah, green pet is by far the strongest at the moment.
Yeah, obviously the Bulbasaur, the main focus for these players. Does give them a lot of tanky stats, give them that shield, a bit of healing in the jungle. Seems to just be the sort of pick for everyone that goes in the jungle now.
Looks like there's going to be some contention over this next Ocean Drake in the bottom river. Pope coming out from Dido as well. Soxu and JJ are around this area, but Fiora is now TPing in, and the Rift Herald actually being used in the middle lane. The charm lands onto 2 though, and that is Soxu and Hope. Soxu is being resurrected at the moment, but he was ulted by that Syndra. Capslay, however, falling down. He's so low, and Budzin is now the one to take the damage from Smee. Smee is being forced to run away, and Kyoto's very low as well. Soxu is still alive somehow. He gets resurrected, and he is rooted now and dead. Diddle takes that kill as well in the bot river. It's now 3 versus 3, and the poke advantage of Diddle is surely going to amount.
But our little Twitch saw his name in shining lights for a second there. He saw the 1v3, he saw the highlight reel play. Didn't quite work out for him, but this play is not quite over yet.
Yeah, QQR landing that stun as well, and JJ Note is forced to run away as quickly as possible. Diddle channeling that Q, and Hope still tanking up this Ocean Drake. The more they force him to tank it, the less health he's obviously going to have. And Kyoto and Rent-Free really do need this, as Capslay is coming back out onto the map soon. They want to delay it as long as possible. The stun coming through, and Hope has taken a bit more damage. Diddle as well, and the Drake is starting to reset. Rent-Free, again, he gets stunned up, and now Smee is coming back in. Capslay as well. The ultimate on to Zilean as well. Have a QQR taken down in this fight. Hope he's still tanking the dragon. How is he still here? Kyoto has now finally been caught out as Soksu is behind everybody. He cleans up the fight, and Smee is now here for a 1 versus 3. He's onto Soksu already. The ultimate used, but he's been stunned up at the moment. He's healing an awful lot though, and the W has gone onto Soksu, and he takes down that kill. The Drake is still up. He's chasing onto Diddle, and he might well get there. The blast cone takes them both away opposite sides. Rent-Free and Smee being the 2 standing for TGS. Kent might finally get an objective.
Like, well played for Smee. That was the perfect situation for him. Once Camille, Viego are dead, it's sort of free reign for him to run down the enemy team. I will say though, Zilean saved back-to-back team fights, so this champion just provides so much value. First fight, got the ult off, turned the fight in their favor. The team dies, they reset, TP's back in, gets another ult off, another fight in their favor. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, so the resurrection comes onto the Twitch, he gets out of there straight away. Capslay then falls, and so does Budzin. And now Smee is forced to run away, attempting the 1v1 with Hope, and also Ditto running in, getting stunned up and getting taken down. Soksu as well falls in that fight, and the shutdown there for the Xerath, and then it just leads to all the further chaos.
Yeah, I mean, Soksu completely overzealous, didn't really understand his limits there, wanted to do a bit too much. I think maybe they could have just peeled off and taken the Drake if he hadn't died there. Obviously we don't know, didn't happen, but now that Twitch is looking quite strong. Does have the Gale Force, is building possibly towards a Collector now second. So the one-shot Twitch build where you just go and pick off the Seraphine, pick off the Senna with the Gale Force, the instant proc for the Collector.
Yeah, that'd be so useful as well, considering the fact that you, with Twitch, if you take down the Kyoto, if you take down Rent-Free, take that Seraphine or the Senna off of the board, you've got your own Zilean, you've got your own Xerath, and you know you've taken off what some of the key utility from Kent that obviously you want to do to be able to win any of these fights.
Yeah. I think the main thing to focus on now would be how is this Fiora allowed to play team fights? Fiora is such a strong sort of side lane, solo lane champion who tends to become a lot harder to play within the 5v5 team fights, but with this strong lead she has with those 2 items, if she's able to get her ult off, get the 4 vitals, and sort of play around her team, add then on top of that the Seraphine and the Senna buffing her, she could become a complete carry threat.
She's got a whole extra item than this Camille. Like, it's quite insane the advantage that they actually have. It's only 1,000 across the board, but even then Syndra rushing the Rabadons as well. Like, the damage that they're going to be able to put out is great, and for Kent they finally have a situation in a game where they have a chance of winning. I don't want to jinx it so early at 20 minutes, but it's looking good at the moment.
Yeah, and it's good that they're focusing on mainly these damage stats because there's no real tankiness, no real resistances on the side of DMU. Obviously, Viego with the Merc Treads, other than that, nothing really. You know, Camille has Tabbies, Vigo's Merc Treads. That's pretty much it. That's all the armor, that's all the manuscripts being built. So just build as much damage as you can. Syndra becomes that one-shot glass cannon champion. Fiora can one-shot the Twitch, can one-shot the Xerath, can take out the Zilean. Obviously the Zilean is very annoying for her because it can cancel her ultimate. If she gets the vitals off and somebody gets rezzed, it's just a bit awkward how it works. But I think Fiora is in a position now where she could be able to completely steamroll these fights.
That's hopefully going to be the case for Kent. They've done very well to get that into this point in this game, and in 2.5 minutes the next Drake comes up, and that's likely where the next objective fight will occur. Seems like Twitch is currently up towards his top side. He's probably going to be able to take this tower for free, as there's nobody there to answer him at the moment, trying to shadow Smee in this bottom lane to try and trade those towers.
I mean, I respect that Budzin hasn't taken his foot off the gas. You know, he's down an entire item and he still is playing so aggressively. He's looking for trades. He's looking to try and, you know, still win this 1v1 matchup against the Fiora. He doesn't want to sit back and just become obsolete in this game. He wants to prove that he is capable of taking this.
And they might well have baited Budzin in here. He W's, well, he E's away, sorry. And the W from Capslake does come on towards him, but he's managed to escape, and that is Smee's ultimate that has been used.
Yeah, the CS gap in the top lane and the mid lane is obviously quite large. Doesn't matter as much in the mid lane, but with the 4 kills on Fiora, as well as now nearing on 70 CS, that is just such a huge difference. And you'll start to notice it in the team fights with the value that these 2 champions bring. Obviously, Camille still does have the lockdown with her ult, quite a bit of CC, but if she's not able to one-shot those backline carries, she might become a lot less useful.
See resets coming through now. That is the Rabadon's now complete for Syndra, as well as we've got Serrated Dirk and more items as well. Well, actually, a Collector has now been picked up by Soksu in that DMU bottom lane. It seems very much at the moment it's Viego and Soksu with obviously the Zilean and then Dido as well, doing an awful lot of damage. Actually, I have not noticed that Xerath has Luden's Echo and a Shadow Flame. 24 minutes as a support.
Yeah, that is incredible for the Xerath, especially into Syndra, Seraphine, and Senna specifically. Obviously, Xerath into Xin, not the best because the ultimate basically turns off all his damage. And obviously, if Fiora ever gets in range of Xerath, there's nothing he can do. His E gets blocked. He can't really dish out damage because she's just constantly in his face, jumping around him, and his cooldowns are too long to ever kill her. But as a poke champ, this Xerath is absolutely ridiculous right now. And you can see the way that Kent have to play, how far they're sitting back just to make sure they don't get chunked out before this Drake spawns.
Yeah, that is also the case because Fiora is unmatched in this top lane right now, and with that demolish, Smee will be able to take down this turret very, very quickly. Nobody's answering Camille in this bottom lane either, and it looks like they're going in this middle lane. Soxu has been taken down immediately, and JJ Nurse is forced to run away. The Everfrost on towards Capslay, and Hope is inside of this backline now. Rent-Free has been taken down, and Hope takes over his form. The stun lands onto Smee, but now is his time to shine, his time to do damage. Budzin, he goes into that Resurrect, and he regens a lot of his HP, but surely he goes down very, very soon. The E is blocked, and Capslay takes that 1, 2 for 3 in the middle lane there, and Kent get an advantage yet again.
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Now this Fiora is just such a problem to deal with. Syndra as well doing so much damage. And this is exactly what Kent needed. If they can pick up this Drake as well, put them on 2 oceans, means Soul will be so far away from DMU. This could be the win
They
combination.
need to hope this doesn't get stolen. The Smite is here, and Capslay does manage to take them.
Obviously, with Smite being at 1200 now instead of what it used to be at 900, it is a lot easier to secure those objectives if there's no jungle to contest it, because no real spell does that much damage. So it's just about being patient, timing it, getting that 1200 Smite proc, and picking up your little dragon.
Well, unless JJ and Ditto timed everything correctly, the chances of stealing that are very, very slim. Also for Capslay, something interesting to note, he's gone for that Frostfire seconds. Is that something that you think is good for this?
I mean, I understand the concept, right? There's a lot of burst on the enemy team. You want to stay alive long enough to get your ult off. Obviously, the item not as strong as it used to be. With the recent changes to tank items, no longer gives magic resist anymore. So it doesn't really negate the Xerath threat, but does act to sort of slow down the Viego, slow down the Camille. Makes it so they can't really pick him off or one-shot him out of nowhere.
Budzin actually stepping up quite far in this top lane as well, but Soxu is here to reinforce if necessary. He's popped that ult and Capslay has used his own. Smee taking an awful lot of damage, and the Resurrect is going to come through for Budzin. Smee has fallen. That is a shutdown for Diddle, and can Kent go even further? A charm onto 3, but there's no follow-up at the moment. Hope has taken over that Fiora's form, uses that W, and now stunned up his Capslay. Surely he falls soon. Rent-Free has been taken down, and not a single member of DMU has fallen. They've taken down 3. They're going to take this Baron, surely, and they're going to look to take control of this game. QQR is still around, and so is Kyoto, but Hope is walking in towards them. So is Soxu. He's in that queue. You cannot see him. He might sneak up, but looks like TGS, Kent are going to back away.
And this has been the tale of the series so far, you know. DMU lose the fight, drop the ball for a bit, but then they bounce back straight away. They're never losing for more than like 3 or 4 minutes at a time. They always find a way to get right back into it. And if we do see a replay of this after the Baron is taken, I want you to look at the Xerath, because he's pumping out inhuman amounts of damage. 7 kills now. 2 items and a full stack Dark Seal and the Sork Shoes. He is an absolute menace on the map.
Yeah, surely he backs, surely he gets that Magi Soul Stealer. But also the shutdown gold that has been given by the Fiora to DMU is obviously not something that he would have wanted to give over, but he does get taken down in that fight.
Yeah, and nobody has any magic resist. I mean, look at the side of Kent. What do they have? They have a null magic mantle on Fiora. That's literally it.
Yeah.
That's all they have. Xerath, 2 items, plus a rod, plus a 10-stack Dark Steel plus boost. This guy's going to be one-shotting pretty much half your team.
Yeah, like, it's... Well, obviously they don't have like a true tank in this lineup, but again, I think that, yeah, they've misplayed here a little bit in the itemization, but they're looking to try and counteract that with being very sneaky in this bot side. QQR's found a stun into 2, and that goes into a double charm as well. JJ ults himself, and surely he goes down. He flashes over the wall, but QQR takes that one down. And now they have to push against Baron minions, which obviously is not something they really want to do, but they need to set up this control for the Drake in 2 minutes, and they need to try and push this small advantage that they have at the moment.
Red Free getting a bit freaky there, dodging all 4 of the Zerath ults, maybe putting those. Oh dear, that's
Apart from
why.
that Q as
That
well.
is why he dodged the Zerath ults, because if you get hit by a single one of them, your entire health bar is gone and the play collapses.
Yeah, they obviously have a little bit of healing, so they can try and regenerate that, but nothing enough to truly stop that burst.
Obviously, with the 2 Ocean Drakes as well, means they're able to regen pretty much everything Zerath throws their way. If he does manage to chain up 2 or 3 spells together, you have to assume he'll kill anyone on that team.
Yes, Smee might be able to hit this top lane turret without anyone in his way, and if they can avoid this fight in mid lane, then that should go beneficially for them. Soxu walking very, very close. He's forced to Gale Force away. He's taken an awful lot of his damage. And even then, Hope is going in, and Hope is being taken down. Being forced to go in to try and save Soxu. They have still got those Baron minions, and they just need to secure themselves inside of this base. And what Kent need to do is not get too over-aggressive. They need to carry this advantage on towards the next objective. Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. You need to poke them out, you need to force them out, you need to take these inhibs, you need to just push this game.
At the same time, DMU need to just calm down a bit. They're forcing way too hard. They have the Baron, they still have a bit of a lead. There's nothing really happening for at least a minute, so they don't need to make that play happen. Viego doesn't need to go in there. It's just a bit of an overcommit, and now they lose more than they ever need.
Yeah, this inhibitor tower does get taken down, and Capsley is going to have to walk away. A great ultimate there to stop Budzin from diving onto him. Now all 5 members of Kent will run away,
They're
apart
so
from
fast.
Capsley, who's going to be taking this Raptor camp instead, and might fall victim to Soxu. Rent-free gets hit by one of those Zerath ultimates.
Look at the Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch is in towards his backline. Unfortunately, he tried it. I respect it, but he does fall down in that fight.
I'm afraid you can't flash that one, little Twitch. I respect the
The farm
vibe.
advantage as well for him in that bot lane is quite good. Like obviously he's got those 3 items now. Seraphine only has 1.5, but Seraphine does function on that lower gold value. And well, despite the fact that Twitch is going to be doing an awful lot of damage, he cannot do it when he just sat alone. And yeah, he does manage to flash away. He does manage to use that Gale Force. He gets a kill, but it's only a Senna, and this Ocean Soul goes over to Kent. And guess what? Kent have got 3 Ocean Drakes. Their healing is going to be insane.
This Drake didn't need to go over to Kent either. They were fully on the retreat. You know, Twitch, if he doesn't start that random fight in the middle, if he doesn't, try and go for the monster outplay, DMU have full freedom to just walk into the Drake pit there. Seraphine ult was down, Syndra ult was down, Fiora ult has just come back up now as well. So they had the ability to take that fight, but instead Twitch going in dying meant that they had to forfeit the Drake, and now they're at risk of losing Soul.
That is going to be the case in about 4 minutes' time. We'll see a very impactful fight, I do not doubt, inside of this game. And if you get an Ocean Soul with all 4 of them being Ocean Drakes, just imagine how much Smee is healing on his own.
Yeah, and the main problem with that is that pretty much negates the Zerath at that point. Because Zerath's main point of focus here is that he's doing so much damage off his abilities, but already you can see he's getting healed up so quickly by the Seraphine and by the Senna. So if you then add an Ocean Soul on top of that, you're pretty much negating 90% of Zerath's damage within seconds.
I mean, he has now completed that Rabadon, so he is going to be doing even more again. But of course, the Senna healing, Seraphine healing, and then obviously Smee healing himself is going to be insane in terms of just the numbers that they're going to be able to do throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Ocean Drake is the main enemy of poker comps, right? It negates what your champs are meant to do. And with a comp that already has so much healing in it as well, Seraphine, Fiora, you've got Conqueror on Jin Zhao, you've got Fleet plus the Q plus the heal on Senna. There's just so much going around that these 4 Ocean Drakes, if they're able to get them, would be, really, really hard to deal with for the side of DMU.
Yeah, Smee really setting in bottom lane. We'll see what he is able to pick up after having pushed that wave. He's going to actually stay for another, seeing that DMU are around this side with the Baron. Soxu as well, walking up a little bit. I think he wants to try and find something. He wants to go for something, and he did that last time. But I think he's been told, calm it down. We've got a game to win here. You can go for these 1v5 plays, and yeah, they might work out. But it unfortunately did not for him that last time.
Yeah, the problem is his build is so volatile, right? So he goes and he picks up a kill, but this build, you don't really have the attack speed, you don't really have the sustained damage. It's more about just burst, pick up 1 kill, and then try and get out. Maybe a second. But that means that if he ever gets caught out, the most he can do is trade 1 for 1, which if you're a Twitch is not really what you're trying to do. You're trying to, make these big team fights happen. Free hit with your auto attacks, get 3, get 4 kills, which he hasn't been able to do to this point.
Yeah, he is. I think that Soxu picked up this Twitch with the goal in mind to try and destroy Kent, and he has not been able to do that at the moment. Obviously, the lane was not looking fantastic for Kent, but they've managed to, at this point in the game, neutralise everything. And now around the half an hour mark, we've got Smee, who's about to tick level 18. Everyone's got a decent amount of levels, and everyone has. This game's is literally equal in the gold camp right now.
Yeah, as you said, literally equal. I do think that benefits probably Kent more, just because of the Seraphine Summer duo, as well as the Fiora. Having a lot of that gold in her back pocket, obviously building towards the Maw now, with a full stacked Hydra as well, and Death Dance means she'll be very hard to take down.
Yeah, they're going to start off this Baron already, and Camille's been forced to base and will likely have to TP in here as well. This might be a game-deciding fight, as Kent are forced to back away from it around 7,000 HP. They're taking a little bit of damage, and Hope tries to go in, but he's burned down immediately, and JJ notices as well. He's been forced into his Resurrect, and Soxu, Budzin, and Diddle cannot get towards him. Flashing away as JJ notices, and Budzin is now going to be the next one to try and force against Kate's might. Smee, he walks in, he heals an awful lot from that ultimate, from killing that Camille. Twitch has taken down that Seraphine, but Smee, he is a walking giant. And unless Soxu can do an awful lot here, when this Baron gets a little bit lower, then that's not going to be the case. Rank 3, and so much damage from Diddle, and Smee's forced to run away yet again. If that Q landed, that damage would have been way too much. JJ Notice has got the ultimate yet again as Capslay goes in. He uses that ultimate onto Soxu, and Soxu cannot escape. JJ is the only remaining member as Kent look to try and take down this Baron.
Sarah nearly killed Senna 4 times in that fight. That was incredibly painful to watch. He had just about every spell he could, chunked her to 200 HP every single time, but the healing is just so ridiculous now that every time they answered back with a Seraphine heal and the Ocean Drink. I wouldn't be surprised if Xerath did like 5k damage in that fight, realistically. But it ended up not meaning anything because he wasn't able to pick up any of those kills.
Yeah, we'll likely see a replay of this fight. The Senna ultimate coming through, the Charm as well. JJ Notice and also Hope as well, just being burnt down instantly. JJ manages to escape, but this fight just continues and just goes badly for him.
I mean, look at that damage on the backline. Xerath key 1 to all 5 of them, nearly one-shots their entire backline. Twitch as well coming in with a spray and pray. But again, just those tiny margins just wasn't enough with that Seraphine healing on the back.
Yeah, now they're going to look to try and get this Ocean Soul. All 5 members are up yet again, and this is surely going to be another big fight. Budzin seems to be the only one here at the moment, but everyone's over the wall. And Diddle steals it to save from Soul Point.
That is a massive, massive blow for Kent. That could have been the game-winning dragon for them if they picked it up.
That is huge for them.
Still in a very, very good spot. Obviously 4k gold ahead and still have the Baron, but that will put a slight dent in their movement.
Yeah, that still right there could be game winning, because if Kent had that, they would be able to run down mid right now. They've got so much healing, and they've even got the Baron in the back pocket. They're going to try and do that now. They're going to take that inhibitor down. Camille is still in that bot lane if they want to try and look for a play, and Smee can literally just queue in and look for anything at this rate. The stun comes through, but so much more damage goes onto Hope. That ultimate as well for Smee. He's going to be hitting up an awful lot, and he's forced to queue away. Budzin is now looking to try and go in, but Smee is still sitting there, and Soxu is down. Rent-free, he gets a kill as well, so does Kyoto. And now, finally, Kent are showing up in Game 3 when their back is against the wall. They're hitting the Nexus turrets. Hope will fall soon as well. The stopwatch as well. Nexus is hit. Nexus is down. And finally, Kent show us what they're made of.
And you can hear the reaction from the crowds. That's what everybody wanted. We don't want a clean 3-0 sweep. We want competitiveness, and fantastic from Kent to bounce back and pick up that Game 3 series now at 2-1. We'll be going to Game 4 after this one, after we look at some highlights.
Dude, look at their face. You can see what it means to them. They're back in this one. They've shown that they can win a game, and they've done it convincingly so once they got really late into that game. Yeah. They stabilized everything, and by the time they won those final few fights, it just looked great for them.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy at all, as you could tell, but once they got to those later stages of the game, 3 Ocean Drakes in their pocket, Seraphine, Senna, Fiora, they were unkillable, they were unbeatable. You know, the amount of damage that had to be done to even deal with them, it was just completely unplayable at the end for DMU. So well played from Kent. I think a much better draft, I think a much better playstyle, and I think just much better execution of everything they were doing.
Yeah, Kent finally showing us why they're here, and they've put up a fight. They've made a statement as well now to DMU that we can win this, we can win games. We can stabilize everything in the early game and come back later on when it matters, and we can take this game late. We can take this game for a victory for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, the most impressive thing for me there was the way that they were able to play through those solo lanes, the gaps they created in the mid, in the top, and finally able to capitalize off them. You know, the mid laner we've seen has been their main point of focus throughout the entire series. So for him to finally be able to get this freedom to play Syndra and play as more of a just like complete glass cannon carry with the Fiora on alongside of him, it was a lot more refreshing to see that playstyle from them.
Yeah, exactly. And the major team fights at the end were really what turned it for them. And well, even then, we have fights like this as well that just very much showed how even it was, and then just how Kent finally came back.
Yeah. I do think as well DMU have a couple of things to pick up on. You know, getting a bit too overconfident, a bit too overzealous, some would say arrogant. Some of the times they were, you know, overstepping in certain places. Twitch going for some highlight reel plays, going for some montage plays that were never really going to work. Sort of ended up backfiring. It meant that they were losing fights they shouldn't have lost. They were giving up objectives they didn't need to give up. And considering the amount of objective control they had in the early game, it was just really sad to see the way that slipped out of their hands.
Yeah, Smee and QQR were just huge in that game, to be entirely honest. Obviously, Rent-Free, Kyoto, Capslay, they all had parts to play, but QQR's damage and also Smee just being able to sit there, heal and tank everything. He was lucky in terms of getting the Ocean Drakes, to be fair. But
yeah.
Obviously, you know, props to him for being able to just be able to exploit everything that went wrong for DMU and then capitalize on it.
And I want to see Smee on more carry champions. Why is he on Shen? Look how he just played on Fiora. That was fantastic. That was one of the best carry performances we've seen so far in the entire series. So get Smee on a carry, guys. Get that guy, the champs he wants, get him on a Fiora, let him pop off, let him show us what he's capable of.
Yeah, just let Smee be able to take you further and further. QQR, again, another good performance. And I think just on the whole, Kent have showed us finally what they're made of. And hopefully in Game 4, they can do exactly that again.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Flynn took a trip to future London. Saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
What is that?
It's cutting edge VR, Flynn.
It looks like it's something from the future, you know?
Lynn took a trip to future London, saw something she wasn't supposed to. Now people from there are trying to kill us.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
I've travelled a lot. I've been in Sweden, I've been in Denmark, and I've seen the esports programs they have there. But here at Confetti, it's night and day in terms of what the students are getting. This is by far at the front of the list for learning esports, progressing into working in esports, which is a gap I've never seen bridged.
Hello, welcome back yet again to the Amazon University Esports League Finals, supported by Prime Student and also Omen. We've got Game 4 on the way for you very, very soon. Now, we saw Kent finally came back into the game. Do you think they can do it yet again?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main focus here for both teams now has to be how we play around the top side. After that performance from Smee, we've sort of identified him as a real carry threat for the side of Kent. So A, how do they then replicate that and move that on into Game 4? B, how does DMU then deal with that threat? Do they start to play more towards the top side? Do they send their jungler there? Or do they focus on creating a bot lane carry threat that they can match that?
Yeah, I think that obviously the bot lane has been somewhere where we haven't really seen a lot since Game 1. Game 1, obviously, Pyke and Taric in the bot lane versus the Senna Seraphine. We saw a return to that Senna Seraphine, and it worked for them this time. Do you think that they're going to look to try and pick that again?
Possibly. I think the pick itself is obviously very, very strong. The main issue that they have with it is they need to learn how to play that lane a bit better, a bit more safely, because what ends up happening is they'll drop 2 or 3 deaths within the first 3 minutes each, and that puts them in a position where they're constantly playing from behind, which is not good because you're already playing from behind by having that duo, which needs to scale into the late game. So if they can find a way to sort of negate the amount of mistakes they're making early game and carry that game on so it gets into those later stages, into 30 minutes, into 40 minutes, where Senna's hitting 100 stacks, where Seraphine's hitting 2 or 3 items, and they're becoming those champs that can keep your team alive for pretty much 20-30 seconds in a fight, then that's their win card.
Yeah. Obviously, we know that from at least Game 1 and 2, and even to an extent that third game, Kent aren't necessarily as strong in the early game as they are in towards that mid and late game, and that might be something that De Montfort look to try and exploit as we head into Game 4.
Yeah.
We saw in game 3, obviously, they came back in the late game, but what do you want to see them do in the early game?
Yeah, so I think the way this game should play out, at least, is that we're going to see carry top lane is selected for the side of Kent. We're going to see them play a bit more aggressive towards that top side. So far, every single game we've seen junglers path top to bottom and sort of try to play a 3v3 bot lane around the first crab, which has gone the side of DMU. Pretty much every game, it's gone their way, right? Where the DMU jungler has ended up with the advantage on the crabs, the advantage on the bot lane play. And Kent needs to, I think, just try and stop trying to make that play happen and instead go for the opposite and play around the top side. So once the jungler, whoever it is on the side of DMU, goes for that bot lane crab, you've got then the response in the top lane. We're playing on those two sides split lanes, so you get a bit more fan service coming out. Fantastic over there. So if you can play around that top lane carry and force stuff to happen in the early game, especially if you catch them off guard, because the games have been so prescripted so far, I think that's a massive way for them to then win this and force a game 5.
Yeah, if we get to a game 5, I think that Kent will have shown us that they have what it takes to be here. They already have by winning a game, but I think that the more that they show us, the better for them as well. DMU versus Kent here at this Amazon Uni Finals is proving to be a good one at the moment. Do you think that game 4 will have that same kind of explosiveness in terms of fights?
I hope so, and I think as the series has gone on, the crowd's got a bit more into it. We've got more people coming. I think the players themselves have got more into it. They're sort of settling down a bit. The games have been a lot more controlled, a lot more balanced, a lot more even mechanically pleasing to watch, just overall. And we're now finally into the draft, which looks exactly the same as last time.
Yeah, Kent don't want that Taric, they don't want that Nami either. And Vigar and Corki have been taken off of the board yet again for DMU. Looks like they just don't want QQR to have these picks.
Yeah, I mean, so far, again, these first 3 bans for both sides are the same. Fiora now coming out as a ban for Smee, clearly identifying him as the problem last game. I think we could all make that conclusion ourselves, but other than that, the other 5 bans exactly the same as the game before. Focusing on that mid lane, but now realizing, the other solo laner has a bit of carry potential in him as well. Let's force him onto something he's less comfortable with.
I mean, you've still got the Silas, the Yumi, and other champions like that up. They're going to choose to take that Seraphine, though, as a first pick. Can be flexed into 3 roles, technically, but we've only seen it in Kyoto's hands so far.
I'd be surprised if it gets flexed just because of who their mid laner and top laner are. Right, so QQR has been playing carry champs pretty much every game. And I don't think they'd take it top. So it will probably still be around the bot or support role. Then you look at how do they respond to this. Do you pick away the Senna and then pair it with something like a Cho'Gath? So they go for the Wukong first, classic bruiser jungler. We saw it be quite useful in that game too as well. And then Xayah, I'm not sure how I feel about the Xayah pick.
Well, I think they're trying to rechannel the energy from earlier on when they had that good Xayah game. But
yeah, I agree with that, but at the same time, I don't think the Xayah was really the focal point for that draft. I think it's a good safe pick, but you don't want to pick safe champs into Seraphine, especially if it's going bot lane. Senna now is still open, so they can just pick that S tier bot lane comp that they had earlier. And with Xayah in that lane, it means they're sort of allowed to free scale with no real contention.
Yeah, Senna comes away straight, as we say it, and then Syndra, as well. It looks like, at the moment, obviously, it's just a repeat.
Yeah.
They will have to change it up, obviously, but,
We do get the Xayah Rakan, a bit of a power pick duo bot lane. Not as strong as it used to be, obviously, but still do get the added buffs of playing with each other. The additional power on the passive, as well as on the attack speed, attack range. Little things like that do make the lane a bit better for them.
You have got some good tools on DMU now, however, to get onto the backline of Kent, to get onto this Syndra, to get onto this Senna, and to get onto this Seraphine. If you have a Wukong, if you have a Rakan, and then you need something else to follow up onto that, then you can actually pose a threat on these 3 members of Kent.
Yeah, I agree. The main problem that I have with DMU's draft here is that they outranged massively. And to reach the Senna and the Seraphine, they have to use so much that if they can't quite reach that Senna, can't quite reach that Seraphine, it means that the fight is looking in quite a dire state for them. The Rakan might be forced R, but then also E, but then also Flash, but then also W because of that massive range diff. And then if Senna's able to get out or Flash or not, die immediately, then suddenly the team fight tends to collapse. What I will say is if they do manage to get onto them, they have a very, very potent team fight. Obviously Xayah with the zone control, with the feathers. Rakan, Wukong, very, very good team fight champions as well.
Xante taken away, Xin Zhao as well, and also the Jax. Looks like they're obviously targeting the 2 roles that are remaining for both of the sides. No mid restrictions from DMU on toward. Well, sorry, no mid restrictions from Kent on towards DMU, which means that JJ Gnosis is able to now pick counter on this R4, and then there will also be an R5 counter.
Yeah, the drag span indicates they might be looking to pick something like the Camille, getting rid of one of those big counters there. With Victor now picked up, it means they will be leaving the top lane counter pick for R5. As we said earlier, we were expecting this, we were expecting to play around that top lane through the draft, through the game as well. So now, obviously, Budzin will be able to get the pick of the draft, get whatever he wants in the top lane to counter whatever's picked up here, which, we see Trundle again.
Yeah, Caps are going back onto that Trundle in the jungle, and will likely pair it with another melee top laner that can help out Ken. Obviously, Trundle not necessarily. I don't know. What do you think about the Trundle?
Well, I wasn't a fan of it in that first game. I think that was one of the main reasons that they weren't able to pull through the victory. Because you need to pair, as I said, Senna and Seraphine with a much stronger jungler, a much more carry-centric jungler. Trundle is a very single-target-focused jungler who just sort of drains one guy and then sits like a damage sponge. As we see a little Gragas hover for a second, I got excited, but
Yeah.
it's back on a more standard pick with the Camille.
Yeah, maybe Didol can pick up his team something else in the jungle, maybe instead of the Wukong. But no, they're gonna. Are they gonna be criminals? Pick this Renekton R5. Maybe they change it up. We'll see what comes through soon. Yep, they're going to pick the Mordekaiser. They're not going to be criminals with that Renekton picking R5.
I think the Mordekaiser are a much better pick here in general. Obviously, has the ult to be eliminate one of the carry threats. I don't see what Renekton would have done in this game, realistically. Renekton can't play into Syndra. Renekton can't really play into Seraphine and Senna. And the Camille lane isn't one that he really wins like ridiculously hard. At least not as much as like other champs might. So yeah, I think good decision to get off the Renekton, get on the Mordekaiser, be a much easier lane for him to play. Does also give them a bit more magic damage, and the comp means Victor's not the only AP threat. So they might have to think more about itemization on the side of Kent.
Maybe Budzin just wants to peel out that Renekton one last time in this Amazon playoffs.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's not always the right place to play Renekton. He needs the comp to be in the right place for him to thrive.
Yeah, and the problem is with Renekton, the comp is very, very rarely in the right place.
Yeah.
If you want to pick him to dumpster the top lane, that's fine. But you need to think about what that then does for the team. You know, if he's not going to be useful past like 10 minutes, why pick him? Go for something that there's other aggressive top laners that can do the same thing, but without sacrificing a late game, without sacrificing various points of utility that your team might have.
Yeah, that will be the case as we head into Game 4 very, very soon. And we'll see whether Kent can continue the previous showing and win this game. The early game is very much going to be what we're looking at in terms of if DMU can pull out a lead in the early game like they did in Game 1 and Game 2, they're in good stead to be able to win this game. But if Kent can equalise everything, then these team fights are going to be crucial.
As I said before, I want to see Kent clearing up towards top side. I want to see DMU clearing down towards bot side. I want to see those cross-map plays happening. I want to see Kent playing for that Camille, getting her head, because she now is the main focus. If you've got then the Senna and the Seraphine buffing her up, she's going to be an absolute menace to deal with. The main problem I think here now is that she is a bit of a solo carry in this game. Obviously Syndra, quite powerful, doesn't really have the tools she used to since preseason started. She's become a lot less of a power pick just because, you know, mages take a lot more time to come online. She'll need to buy all sorts of pen items, you know. But once she does get to 2-3 items, she does become quite a heavy damage threat. The only problem is with the Xayah ult, with, you know, the Wukong being able to pop his clone, with Mordekaiser being able to take her out of the fight. Will she be able to find those picks that she needs?
Yeah, exactly. Xayah as well. Soxu taking the cleanse rather than the heal. Noting obviously there's CC, and she's going to be very vulnerable.
Yeah. And it seems
well, yeah, there's a fight already happening as well, because Kyoto has taken an awful lot of damage and is forced to flash level 1. So it's already not going particularly fantastic again.
No, not great start there. This will be very dangerous to see what happens in the bot lane now, obviously, with Wukong pathing down, and also with no flash on the Seraphine. Once Wukong gets that W up, we'll be able to pretty much just permanently jump in and try and force trades, try and force a kill. What I will say is, jungle, exactly what we predicted earlier. The jungler for Kent is pathing up into that top side, trying to get his carry of Camille ahead. Wukong doing the opposite. And Trundle even skipping both Krugs and Raptors to try and get as early of a top gank as he can.
Oh yeah, and he's going to go straight for that blue buff and then on towards the Gromp. It looks like Mordekaiser's pushing in at the moment, so it may fall foul to something that Trundle may look to go for. We're going to look to go for that level 3 and then see if he wants to go top.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, I see a biscuit on the Camille, which never makes me happy. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
We are playing for Smee. Smee is not playing for us.
Exactly. And Smee showed us last game why he is able to be an insane power for Kent, and also that Fiora play was great.
Yeah, and full credit to him. Fiora, very, very strong 1v1 champion, but quite hard to play oftentimes in that 5v5 just because her team fighting is quite tough.
Yeah, they're going to go in on towards Bodsin now. Smee and then also the Pillar, both of them flashing in behind him, and Bodsin falls for first blood. Smee taking that one down.
Yeah, and I like the commitment, but Trundle needs to stay up here and make sure this wave gets pushed in. They can't let Mordekaiser hold this. Obviously, no Wukong around to help, so he will have to seed this wave, which means Camille will be able to crash it, get her back. That is fantastic for the side of Kent. Obviously, 2 flashes used, but shouldn't be too detrimental, as the Trundle won't really need that one.
Oh yeah, exactly. And also Wukong is full clearing on this bot side, which means that obviously he's not necessarily going to be able to punish anytime soon. If Trundle trades these Scud Crab to get back out on the map, should be fine.
Will be interesting to see what Camille prioritizes, obviously, in her build path. We see this top lane 1v2 again.
Yeah, Capsley puts down the W, puts down Pillar, and then they both flash in and get the kill. 400 gold over to Smee.
I mean, this is obviously the main value of Trundle, right? Is being that sort of annoying.
And we're straight back into action as well. Rent-free forced to flash and heal away. Kyoto trying to follow up on that route with some auto attacks, but they do manage to escape with their lives.
Yeah, and just as I say that, flash forward from Wukong trying to...
And Budzin's going to fall yet again. And so simply, both sides of the map, this game, Capsley has been more effective than Hope. And that's the first time in the series I've probably said that, at least for this early game.
Yeah, and I mean, this seems so obvious going into the game. You know, like, we identified in the game before, this top lane has to be the focus here for the team, right? And the second you start playing towards that Camille, look at this, 2-0 now, has a Sheen. We'll be able to back and get probably a longsword, maybe something else as well in the inventory, getting very close towards that Sunder way before Mordekaiser will even be able to start thinking about his armor items, right? He's going to have Tabbies, sure, but he won't be able to finish things like, you know, the Bramble without really, really sacrificing his build.
Yeah, well, will Mordekaiser even have any kill pressure against this Camille anymore?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he'll be able to. Obviously, level 6, a massive power spike for Mordekaiser, and if he gets the Wukong up there, maybe.
Yeah, we see Capsley and Hope trading on towards each other, but Hope uses that clone, gets himself out of danger, but Rakan and Xayah are stepped up a little bit. Maybe Dido and Soxu think that they can evade this. They've got 2 people who are very low underneath that turret.
Rakan has no flash.
Kyoto and Rent-free, both low. But yeah, Capsley is going to choose to back away from this one and just try and protect them.
Interesting that they give up on this play. Obviously, Rakan no flash maybe could have been punished there. If they make that bot play happen, that would have been absolutely massive for the side of Kent, because obviously the top lane pretty much over at this point. You know,
yeah.
Top lane, one of the most snowbally lanes in the game, and to already have this lead as the Camille, hasn't even got her second back yet, so she'll be coming back with probably a double longsword or something. Maybe goes for the boots to try and be a bit more defensive. Whatever she has, she'll be very far ahead of this point.
We see Capsley trying to cover for his bot lane at the moment. He's walked into the bush on vision, and QCar's going to be able to force, well, he's going to be forced to flash here, as he saw Dido as well on that ward. But yeah, Capsley, he's fallen behind a little bit in terms of farm. He's obviously been very good on the map, but he lost an awful lot there just by recalling in a bush that people knew he was in.
And to be fair, for Capsley, I don't think he cares that much necessarily about losing this much farm. He knows that his role this game is to be that more of a sort of setup utility jungler. You know, get those pillars down, pop the ult on whoever is the most tankiest, and just soak damage for as long as possible. He's got his Camille now to a position where she should be able to snowball this lane massively, which is his job, right? So as far as the Trundle is aware, I did my job. I'm happy. I'm going to keep going top and make sure she can snowball.
That ward is still down, but Smee and Budzin are still trading away, and Capsley is coming back to top.
Obviously a bit more reluctant now because Mordekaiser can't just ult the Trundle away and maybe force him into a 1v1 that he doesn't necessarily want, because he himself is not very strong right now.
Yeah.
See a bit of trading in the mid lane.
Yeah, very low mana for Victor, unfortunately, so QQR is probably going to be able to keep this wave good and then maybe try and see what's happening here on the Drake. Seems like Soxu decided, you know what, I'm just going to do the Drake myself.
I mean, I assumed he was doing that because he was going to go for a back anyway, but walks down to collect the wave now. I assume no real kill pressure on the Seraphine Sunny here. Seraphine does cancel her back, maybe to try and look for a little bit of a cheese onto Soxu.
Rent-free seeing Diddle walk out of that river, and obviously they know now that the Drake has been taken by DMU. DMU every single game are taking these early Drakes and taking these early objectives.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because in reality they shouldn't have really had the pressure to take that. But obviously seeing Trundle pop up in the top lane means instantly they flip the switch. Fine, Drake's open, we go. We take it. So maybe a bit of a misstep for that Trundle. Maybe trying a bit too hard to make top lane that carry when she's already in a position that's good enough where he can maybe, take a minute, go bot lane, secure the objective, then go back to punishing top.
Yeah, Soxu's returned back to lane instantly, obviously very low, and if Soxu takes more damage, then that can obviously mean that they could fall down. But Hope is in. Diddle flashes in and uses that W, but misses Rent-free, but it does not matter. Hope is in with the ultimate as well, and Rakan actually takes that kill.
Yeah, obviously not perfect. Does have the Dark Seal, so I mean, in that regard, he'll be perfectly happy to take that one. Gets the 2 stacks onto himself. Wonder if he'll build any more AP into his build, or if it's just that for the bit of extra bonus AP. Xayah build looking a little bit interesting as well. Might be going down the Eclipse route.
Well, might be going Hydra again.
Oh, might be. Sorry, yeah, of course, Hydra first, which we see on quite a few ADCs now as well. I've seen Jinx go Hydra first. I've seen even Twitch go Hydra first. I don't think that one's the best, but people just love the item so much.
Yeah, the flash W goes a bit wayward from Diddle, and Hope goes straight in to try and help secure that kill. Diddle obviously taking that with his Ignite, I believe, but a kill's a kill.
And this Camille now looks like opting for the Triforce, getting really, really close to that first mythic of the game. In response, again we see in the mid lane a massive, massive CS gap. And this is problematic for Victor because he takes a lot longer to scale than the Syndra does. Once he reaches that late game, he's quite a potent threat. But Syndra does a lot better on 1 item, 2 items than Victor ever will. And obviously Syndra has inbuilt scaling with her stacks. So it'll be interesting to see how that matchup plays out in the future, but as it stands, Syndra much more dangerous looking.
Yeah, well we can see why in game 1 and 2 Syndra was banned away, because QQR, he was effective on it last game, and this game already showing why he's proficient at the champion.
Yeah, you wonder then why it was left out of the ban phase, but at the same time DMU seemingly firm in their belief that this is how they need to play to win. Leashing the Senna Seraphine open again, clearly deeming that the top lane is now the main focus for them, and hopefully that will then lead to a win for them. Obviously, that top lane is already a problem in this game. 2 kills and a 22 CS lead. We'll be very close to that Triforce, and she can maybe start looking at impacting the map a bit more.
Oh, yeah, exactly the case. And also as well, Camille doing an awful lot of damage to turrets, only increased by that Trinity Force, means that Camille will be a side lane pressure, definitely. Soxu taking a bit of damage, did unfortunately not landing that W. But this is kind of the way that the trades will go in this bottom lane. Rent-free will try and collect as many stacks as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to ever die in this lane if you're Rakan. The massive range you get on the E from playing the duo lane of Xayah Rakan, being able to jump in and then have a double jump back out.
Well, it seems that Capsley has decided to come down here, and Soxu has been rooted, forced to use the cleanse, and Diddle uses the knock up. The charm goes wayward, and Soxu forced to use ult, but both of them have made it out. Hope did go over the wall with the W, and will obviously now try and back away.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, not too much committed there. Seraphine ult was used, but they kept their flashes. They will be able to get the crab as well, so not that much of a loss really for Kent. They got the flash down, they got the cleanse down, they got the ult from Rakan, they got the ult from Xayah. So still a bit of a win for them. A bit sad they couldn't pick up the kill. A lot of spells went wide. Still over fine play.
That was the case for them. Smee, Budzin. I think this is just the way that the trades will continue to go. Smee using the W, Budzin obviously trying to change that back with the Q and the E, and then seeing what will happen in there. Smee obviously now backing, completing that Trinity Force, and then TPing back into that lane. The Leeching Leer from Mordekaiser trying to help him out a little bit more, but obviously he's in a gold disadvantage.
Yeah, and I mean, in a lot of other matchups you might see Mordekaiser sort of just funneling armor onto himself, going Tabi's, going Bramble, but into Camille it's not as effective obviously, just because of the true damage that she gets. Obviously the massive Q damage that she gets, the armor doesn't do much.
Yes, well Smee's been pulled back in here by Budzin, and Smee's going to continue to take that trade, a big chunk of damage with that Q, and surely when Smee next get that E, can look for something onto Budzin if he decides to stick around underneath his turret, but he's going to recall.
Obviously both these top laners do still have their ultimates available. Camille's will be very useful if she tries to go for a dive.
He just decided to go against that recall. He has still got TP up, and it looks like there's something going on towards the top lane. It looks like Camille flashed and killed the Mordekaiser.
Yeah. We can infer from the minimap that Camille flashed and got that big Q off.
Yeah, and QQR to Capsley aren't aware that this Raptors is being camp is being taken, and also DMU, they just have such a great vision advantage inside of Kent's own jungle, and they don't even know that 3 members are coming in behind. They're both knocked up, and Capsley goes very, very low. He flashes over the wall, and Hope goes after him. JJ Notice flashing as well, and Hope getting that kill.
Yeah, fantastic from DMU, and this Herald probably won't crash now because of that play. They just found the angle, you know, they knew there was no vision there. Never mind.
Unlucky.
Herald does end up crashing, but yeah, they found the angle. They knew that there was no vision there, they knew that they weren't spotted, so 3-man is waiting over the wall.
Yeah, this is a kill onto Budzin. Flash, Q, awful lot of chunk damage that Camille does.
Interesting, no ults were actually used though, from either of them, Mordekaiser or Camille. Just sort of accepting the death, but look at that Camille now, 3-0, 111 CS on her way.
Is that Sterak's again
I
for a
think
second?
it might be a Sterak.
Yeah.
Or could still be Hydra. It'd be a bit weird to buy pickaxe and a longsword. If it's Hydra, you just go for the Tiamat probably.
But yeah, it could be any of those decisions. The gold lead, not too much for Kent. They're about 600 gold in the lead. But what we were saying before the game is, you know, Kent are normally ahead in the early game, and they've done that today.
Yeah. What I will say though is this game doesn't look as fantastic as last game, just from the point of view that they're losing a bit to pretty much everywhere else on the map. Obviously Syndra still has a CS lead, so that kill doesn't mean too much. But other than Camille, nobody's really ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, Seraphine and Senna will scale very well, but as we've seen before, they are prone to making quite a few mistakes, so it's about whether they can minimize those mistakes and do better on them.
JJ Nuss taking an awful lot of damage from QQR. If another Q comes through, then they could be threatened. Hope here, trying to ward off any potential play going towards Notice, and Didol is also here. But the Raptors camp has been forced to go away, and they're going to help him catch this wave and then back off.
Yeah, I mean, Hope didn't have the Cyclone available there, just about 2 seconds off. I think he was up, he was about to flash in onto the Syndra, but cooldown just wasn't there for him. So he will just retreat back into his jungle. Nothing really to do on the map for them just yet. Herald up soon, obviously, and the Infernal Drake will be spawning at 350.
Hope taking his red buff, and then they probably look to contest this Rift Herald. Both sides, there's only 1,000 gold in it at the moment, but Kent are around it with the majority of their members, and they're going to look to try and take this one down first. That'll probably be the case as well. They hit the eye, and then it goes down with them as well. Seraphine and Xayah just free farming in this bottom lane. Interesting, however, that Xayah is level 10. Kyoto's only level 8.
Yeah, just taking over to level 9 now, but still, that is quite a big gap there. At least a level in difference in favor of the Xayah, who's now almost at full stacks on her Hydra, almost at full stacks on her tier. We'll get that 2-item spike relatively soon.
Yeah, and Didol is down in this bottom lane as well. Maybe they look for the dive, but I think Kyoto, they saw that danger ping and then backed off a little bit. However, going back underneath the turret, and Smee also taking yet another fight, queuing the minion though, and forced to get out. Kyoto burning the flash, and has managed to get away from underneath that bot lane turret.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about how dominant Smee has been these last 2 games. Bit of a misplay from him there, getting the Q2 onto that caster minion. The caster minion didn't see it coming, got one shot, ends up just running away from the fight. Overall, not really too much lost. You know, Mordekaiser trading just ult for ult. Camille's able to stay in the lane now and just sort of free farm up.
Yeah, Kyoto rent free. Have to just try and survive underneath this turret, but Didol, the knock-up, and Soksu in with the ultimate as well. Surely Kyoto falls, and Hope is given that kill. None of DMU's members lose their life under that turret, and they take 2 away.
Yeah, this is exactly what DMU have to start doing now. You know, you've got such a squishy bot lane in Seraphine Senna, but obviously this does leave them prone to things like this happening across the map.
Yeah, a trade happening in the middle lane. Victor resets, and 2 of his turrets are taken down. Now that's how you use a Rift Herald.
Yeah, fantastic use of the Rift Herald there, picking up the 2 mid towers. Obviously not as valuable as the side lane towers, but still will be massive for what it does to the map.
Yeah, Renfree just takes an awful lot of damage, even if that is just from the Rakan as well. Just that W and then into the Ignite, Xayah following up, and then Hope obviously coming in to take that final kill.
Yeah, so overall, good from DMU to be a bit more proactive.
Yeah, Renfree surely falls yet again. The ultimate and the W from Hope just gets him straight onto Renfree, and apart from that W, you've got no way to get out when your flash is down.
Yeah, but this is very good now. Senna's been off the map for a very long time now. Only has that Umbral Glaive on her boots, which means she will take a while to become really the strong late game carry that she can be. Seraphine hasn't quite got her Leandries yet either, and Zaya, on the other hand, is already looking like she's getting closer and closer to that second item, Manamune, which is already fully stacked and will turn.
Yeah, and also Zaya's got level 11 as well. Like across this bot lane, DMU have extra levels. It's only in the top lane for Kent that they have more levels than
Yeah, and one thing to point out as well is that this Rakan, that Dark Shield purchase we talked about earlier, is now at 7 stacks. And his champ has very, very high base AP ratios. He's still looking about 60 to 80% on all of his spells, which means that extra AP will actually be huge when he ults in, lands possibly a W. He can, in himself, you know, chunk Senna and Seraphine down to half HP with a low combo.
Well, it looks like he's going to be going for the Shreddiers, at least with what the items say about it. We'll see Zaya push out this next wave, probably back as well to get an item. Smee now challenging for this top lane tier 1, and he finally does get it. He's going to look to go in on towards Budzin as well. Seems they're going to go in with both those Qs, and the ultimate hasn't actually been used. It's a straight 1v1, and Smee takes that one down, low HP, and wins that trade.
Yeah, fantastic. Obviously that massive Q damage coming out at the end with the Sheen proc as well. We'll pick up the Ravenous Hydra. That Camille is a massive issue to deal with. Has the TP available for this Drake fight as well, if need be. Mordekaiser can't be there, so it looks like there's Drake will go away.
Yeah, Kent are going to go onto this Infernal Drake, stop the Drake stacking of DMU, and if Camille can get there very soon, might be forced to TP just because of the pressure that's coming out here at the moment, but they might just stall it and wait for her to come in. Soxu has been rooted, but that TP is coming in now. Brent Free, however, he's silenced, and he's taken down immediately by Soxu, and now all the members of Kent are in the back of the pit. What? Wukong takes that Infernal Dragon, and Kyoto is still in the back of the pit. A beautiful stun, though, however, by QQR to get his teammate out.
But Smee, why did he TP in so late there? It seemed like they had all the advantages they needed. If Smee just TPs in at the start of the fight, none of this goes wrong. He's there, they can force the fight before Mordekaiser's back up. Instead, Mordekaiser gets up, gets his own TP off. By the time Camille's in the fight, it's already 2 members dead.
Oh my, that is a lot of damage onto JJ Notice, and that is because Camille has 2 whole items. Well, Victor's only got 1 and a bit.
Yeah, obviously, only 1 item on the Victor. Quite a squishy champion as well. Just innately doesn't have too much HP available to himself.
Yeah,
but
that was even through the Q shield as well. It's
yeah.
ridiculous.
What is happening now is that DMU are on Soul Point, Infernal Soul as well, one of the stronger ones in the game, just because of that nice little pickup from the Wukong. The Wukong, by the way, who we haven't really mentioned much in this game, but Hope sitting 4-0-3 right now, probably on a Hydra as well. He's been doing bits around the map.
He's very much a silent assassin in this game at the moment, and he's definitely keeping DMU in it at the moment. Smee being 5-0 on this Camille. He was forced onto tanky champions in the early 2 games, and now in the 2 games that Kent have won, it's all been down to Smee and his bruisers, his fighters. He's basically just taken over this top lane for himself.
Yeah, and for 90% of this game, Smee has been playing pretty much perfectly. I just think a slight misstep there. Maybe thought his team had more of an advantage than they did. If he had been there to help out in the team fight, I think they would have caught that Drake. But minor drop in the ocean. Obviously, they just have to make sure they don't give away their soul, because that would be hugely detrimental.
Yeah, exactly. In 3 minutes' time, if DMU get that Infernal Soul, they can get themselves right back into the game. Not to say that they're out of it, though. It's only 1,500 gold that they are behind, and obviously Wukong of Hope will do an awful lot of damage alongside Soxu as well, who has now got the 2 items.
Yeah, both fully stacked as well with the Lucids, meaning he's popping out those Qs and E's whenever he feels like it, doing a little bit of damage to the Seraphine, to the Senna. Also important to note, a lot less regen on the side of Kent this game. Obviously no Ocean Drake for them to take, and with those triple Drakes from DMU picked up, that means they have a lot more kill potential on them as well.
Yeah, and Rent-Free going to collect the stacks that Capsley is going to drop from all of his Raptors, and also all of his jungle clear. Very good as well, considering that what is technically your ADC in the Rent-Free's Senna is not taking the gold from the farm, but is obviously, you know, benefiting off of them with the stacks.
Yeah, and obviously that Senna at this point, not even a shell of an ADC, really sitting at 0-4. Least gold on the team, in fact least gold in the entire game. Does have quite a cheap build, so it doesn't affect her as much, but it does mean she'll be hitting her 2-item, 3-item spikes a bit later.
Obviously this Senna's not going to be anywhere near as powerful as we saw in the previous game, unless the game goes, like last time, to the 40-minute mark. Which is probably, well, obviously I can't say from now, but if the Drake stacking is to keep going the way of DMU, I don't see it going that long.
Yeah, of course, with about 1 minute and 55 left on this Dragon, it'll be important to see whether DMU up to fight for that soul, whether they maybe try and trade a Baron, maybe they look even to force the Baron now before Drake is on the map.
Looks like that DMU are going to be pushing in to try and get as much control as possible, whilst Kent look for their reset timers. More of the Malmortius picked up instantly for Smee as well. Just shows you how much extra gold that Smee has, especially over Budzin. He's got 2 whole items on top of him.
Interesting prioritizing the more over the death stance there. I think, you know, the main damage stats right now are the Wukong and the Xayah, rather than Victor. As well as that, Victor's damage also gets negated by the death stance, just because of the ticking. So I think death stance probably would have been a bit more useful here, but obviously Maul still quite a powerful item. Also very cheap for what it gives you. So, not real. Like, I wouldn't say it's grief or anything.
Yeah, I'm sure that obviously they've got their reasons behind everything and all the decisions that they do make within the game. And with a minute left, everyone's reset and everyone is now coming back out onto the map and looking to get control of this Drake area.
Yeah, and if DMU weren't spotted here, this could be the angle that they need to find this team fight. Obviously, behind the jungle, behind the Seraphine, behind the Syndra, Camille on the
Can
flank.
have 0 vision control in their bottom side right now. They really need to push in and they really need to establish some control.
DMU can't give up this position that they have, though.
TP coming in now from Budzin. Already taken down quite low. Ulting in Capsley as well, though. Pillar used to knock him away. Kyoto forcing everyone away from Budzin as well, but Kyoto being forced back in. Charm landing as well now onto JJ Notice, and he's also going to fall. Hope going into the backline, however, doing an awful lot of damage, but Smee is now pressuring Dido and Soksu, forced back into his own lines, but Hope has taken so much damage, and Smee takes that shutdown for himself. Capsley running in towards Xayah and Rakan. There's only so much they can do, forced back towards their own turret, using the pillar, stunned up now, and Dido, he's only got his Q heal to save him. 4 members of DMU fall. Kent yet again win a fight, and they're going to stop this Drake stacking. The ace actually comes out now. Rakan has been taken down by Smee. He's got 8 of the 10 kills for Kent.
And for a second I thought Soksu had found the turn they needed. When those feathers came back, 3 members left at about 20 HP. The Drake picked up now, the ace picked up, massive fight. And honestly, it was very, very messy from the side of DMU. Budzin walking in, ulting the Trundle, not being able to catch him, and then overstaying massively. Had to flash out. Victor had to flash out. They both got caught, and we see here in the replay.
Yeah, there's only so much the Budzin can really do going on towards Capsley, and then the Charm lands onto this Victor. JJ Notice goes down, and from there it just keeps going from bad to worse for Kent.
Yeah.
Smee ulting in. Soksu very much isolated in that area, couldn't pull back those feathers yet again, and now at this point it's just forced to run.
And this fight just didn't need to happen. They had such a good position on the Drake in the first place, and for some reason they decided to see that. As we see here, how close that Xayah came to just picking up those last 2 kills, both of them surviving in the end. But that fight didn't need to happen. DMU had a position on the Drake. They were out of vision. Kent had no idea where they were. They could have just kept that, forced the Drake fight, and then maybe turned and, you know, forced the team fight if they really, really had to. Instead, they find themselves out of position. Mordekaiser gets caught out, Victor gets caught out, and their team just gets melted out.
Dido's clearing out some vision in that topside river, and Kent now have a 4,000 gold lead in their advantage. Mordekaiser still only has 1 item, and no wonder that he couldn't really do much against that Trundle. You struggled so much to do damage, especially on that Mordekaiser when you're so far behind.
I mean, even if you get onto the Trundle at this point, I think Trundle wins the 1v1. Just, you know, through the basis of having the lethal tempo, having the 2 items, having the Merc Treads as well.
Also the level disadvantage as well.
Yeah.
Budzin, he's only got level 14, whereas Capsley level 13, and also Smee level 16, already tier 3 ultimate.
Yeah, having that tier 3 ultimate, 8 kills as well. 3 items, a stopwatch and boots on the Camille. She's an absolute menace on this map. If she starts stacking Infernals now, that Q is going to hit like an absolute truck.
Yeah, I reckon the GA is probably going to be the next item as well, with that stopwatch in the pocket. Look at that. 5,000 gold of Kent's advantage is in Camille's back pocket. She's got 700 gold bounty and 8 kills to end.
And that's the thing, because they're down gold in the jungle and they're down gold bot lane, but they still have about a 4k gold lead overall. So you see how much impact that top lane does have. Obviously, a bit ahead mid as well, a bit ahead Senna. But outside of that, the Camille really the driving factor of this entire game.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the case. Capsley as well, trying to get some more control around this area, because despite Kent having this gold lead and having such a strong Camille, they very much don't have that kind of vision control that DMU did set up in that previous fight and over the course of this game.
Yeah, I think one of the main things to look at now is how DMU sort of structure themselves around these objective fights, right? Because last time we saw they sort of seeded their position, they made it a bit too easy for Kent to play around it, and with no real carry threats left, other than maybe Victor hitting 2 items, other than maybe Zaya getting massive feathers off, obviously has the Eclipse now completed and a Ravenous Hydra back up to 40 stacks. I struggle to see how they play the team fights.
Problem here, Budzin has decided to walk into the bush without any vision in it and is forced to ult onto Capslay, and only so much he can do. Taken down, Smee TP'd in, didn't bother to even take the assist, and they're going to look towards the Baron already.
Yeah, we'll see. Moving towards the Baron now with Drake up in 1 minute 40. That means if they do get this Baron, they'll have it available for the Drake fight as well with all 5 members alive.
Yeah, QQR just looking to make sure that nobody decides to step in towards here. It's going to contribute towards that as well. Might back early as well to try and stop this tier 2 going down. But I'd say tier 2 for the Baron is going to be a great trade for them because they're going to get the Infernal as the exit objective once they use that Baron to push in all these waves.
Yeah, not a bad idea from DMU, but they were a bit too slow on making that decision, so they only end up getting 1 tower off it. If they get the in-him tower, you can maybe say, okay, that was a good idea to play. But 1 tower for Baron, obviously never going to be worth it in the trade.
Oh yeah, that is exactly the case as well. If we look across items as well, yet again, JJ Notice hasn't even got his 2nd item yet. Will really need to start completing those items, especially when you look across towards QQR, who's almost about to reach 3. You really need that kind of damage lift of an item completion, and that Zhonya's is going to come through.
Zhonya's does come through now. Yeah, obviously, was just sitting on a bit of awkward gold because the way he built his items had a blasting one in there that wasn't quite ready, but Camille now level 17 with 4 items. She just looks disgusting.
Guardian's Angel as well. Like, well, what do you even build last off of Smee? Because he literally can just walk at anybody, and that's going to be tested right now because the center ult has come through alongside the charm. JJ has taken a lot of damage and used that as Zhonya's instantly. Hope has been forced away with that ultimate on. Budzin as well, now forcing to tank everybody on Kent. Oh. Somehow, Zaya manages to trade this fight 1 for 1. Soxu is the only power that's keeping DMU in this game right about now. Hope was forced out of that fight, and despite having so much gold, there's only so much that he can do. A 1 for 2, and the Baron minions are going to come in very soon, and Soxu is going to truly be tested if he can keep Kent out of his base.
Yeah, Soxu, feather after feather after feather, keeping DMU alive in this game. It'll be interesting to see, do they go for the end or do they turn onto the Drake?
Yeah, Kent surely have to go for these Nexus turrets at this point. You've still got Smee, and the stun comes through. Soxu taken down, and despite Hope being here, trading back onto the Seraphine, Smee is still around. Budzin is now onto this back line, but 1 for 1 trade yet again, and Smee might actually fall down here. Smee is so low, and 1,000 gold goes in the back pocket of Budzin. They keep their base and they keep their hopes alive.
A triple kill for Budzin, and they can look
at
to get
the
the Drake now.
alive.
This could be soul for DMU. This could be the flip that they needed to bring the game back into their favor. Kent really wanted to force the end there before they had the chance to lose anything, and it might have been what causes them to lose this game. Soul now surely will go to the hands of DMU.
It's Rent-Free versus the world. And by the world, I mean these 3 champions on this Drake right now. Can he look for a steal? Can he look for anything? The ultimate is not up, and he's not in the right place to look for it. He's going to back away, and now DMU have a chance to take this game to Kent. With the Infernal Soul, they now have a true chance to do damage.
And if we look at Mordekaiser's items now, and he backs with that triple kill, surely that'll be huge for him. Picked up a 1k off the Camille as well, who still has a 700 gold shutdown on her head. Nearly gives him an entire item off just that team fight.
Nearly gets him the demonic, I think. Yeah.
And the Infernal Soul picked up now as well means that Zaya will be dishing out ridiculous damage. Obviously, still recovering from that Camille Q that she took to her mouth, but I think she'll be happy with the way the game state is right now.
Yeah, I think one thing they obviously have to be aware of is, does this Camille look for a backdoor? Because you've only got a Nexus turret and the Nexus standing. Obviously, if you get some backs delayed and stuff, then that Camille Smee can do an awful lot of punishment towards you. But you now have a chance to win team fights.
Yeah.
And to be fair, you always did have a chance to win team fights. You saw that they managed to respawn enough members to be able to finally take Smee down, but Smee's only death was in your base.
Yeah, we're reaching the stage of the game now, however, where everyone on DMU is going to start one-shotting everyone on Kent, and everyone on Kent is going to start one-shotting everyone on DMU. So it's about the positioning, it's about whether they can figure out these picks, because if Zaya lands enough feathers, that's a kill. If Wukong gets a good enough engage alongside Rakan, that's going to be a kill. The Victor now, almost at 3 items, almost has that Void Staff. That's a massive damage spike for him as well.
Yeah, we're going to look back at Soxu. Budzin and also Hope trying to defend their base. And look at that stun onto 2 members. Smee is straight in, but it's the fact that all these different members of DMU are able to respawn and are able to take down Smee. Budzin as well, especially doing that with the turret as well, doing so much work.
Yeah, I mean, Budzin, as you said, finally finding the fight that he needed. It was 0-6 before, this is 3-6 now, and is right back in the game, proving that he is not going to let Smee top gap him out of this series.
Oh, yeah, exactly the case. And Budzin finally doing what he needs to do in this game to take down Smee. Smee has hit level 18. Smee's probably almost as powerful as he will be for the rest of this game. Now you just have to catch up to him. Now you have to isolate the problem, and you have a chance of winning.
Now the problem here for both sides realistically is that Elder Drake will be on the map in 3 minutes 50. If you're DMU, that's a possible win con for you, but also both teams don't want to be in a position where they have any chance of giving that up. That Elder Drake 9 times out of 10 will then lead to you losing the game. Obviously Baron up in a minute, whoever picks that up will have priority for the Elder as well. May even be able to win the game if the team fight is won off the Baron play.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, Elder, I think that's probably one of the... It is the biggest buff in the game, arguably against the Baron itself. Baron going to be up in a minute, like you said. Smee going to back away from this bot side where some pressure was mounting, but will probably stick around, try and be that kind of split push pressure.
Yeah. And with obviously some more items taking over on the side of DMU now, if that Victor is able to pick up his staff before he gets back on the Baron fight, as you see there. Zaya not quite able to finish her Cerildas herself, but is now level 16, has the rank 3 ultimate, has 3 items fully completed, fully stacked, ready to one-shot this TVS side.
Yeah, Smee as well onto this bot side tier 2. Going to take that down, get 600 gold for herself, and Hope takes a little bit of damage. Seems that Camille has backed off a little bit from that Mordekaiser as well, and everyone seems to be grouped up around this mid lane. But without Smee or Budzin, as you said, if anyone lands any ability, anyone can be blooded.
The problem now is that Budzin can actually match the Camille. Probably still loses the 1v1, but he's in a position now where he's at least able to take the fight and at least able to play in the side lane and match her, so that if she goes for TP play, he can maybe catch her out, maybe go for TP of his own to match her play.
Yeah, especially as well for this Camille. You're not going to get much stronger in this game, and Mordekaiser will continue to gain strength.
And the main problem this poses now is that without Camille there, that's a lot of their damage missing. And Mordekaiser being missing doesn't really...
That was a ridiculous amount of true damage from Smee. We were saying so much about Budzin, and he loses that fight in the bottom lane. However, Capsley forced to flash away now, and if they get away, DMU are going to have to be forced to go back towards that base, try not to lose that inhibitor. JJ Notice flashes in, but he's going to be forced to Zhonya's in spots. It doesn't take an awful lot of damage on the return because Kyoto and Rentfree die to JJ Notice.
Of course, look at the base. Camille opting not to TP into the fight there. Wanted to try and maybe force an end. Might get this Nexus Tower here.
Yeah, looking for that Nexus turret so that she can look for that backdoor in the future, but now with 3 members on top of her, nothing that Smee can do. And DMU even then are also onto this Baron.
And yet again, DMU find a fight where Smee isn't there, where Smee is in the side lane before they manages the TP in. They find the picks they need, and this could lead to the Baron and possibly even the Elder Drake going their way. Obviously, do have an open Nexus, so they have to be very, very careful.
Yep, Smee does still have that TP. Obviously, no wards that I can see inside the base of DMU, but they do have to be very, very careful about that Camille going in a backdoor.
I mean, that's what you see, right? As soon as Smee isn't there in the fights, this 4v4 becomes so much more favored for the side of DMU, and they won it in pretty much a wash, right? It wasn't even close. Victor had to flash forward. It was a bit awkward at first, but then they killed 4, only lost 1. And it meant that Camille isn't able to then force that end because they get the backs off way too quickly. And with Camille then dead, Baron left open for them. And now Elder, 30 seconds up. Zaya on 4 items. Victor, so close to that Rabadons.
Yeah, same thing with Syndra as well, being close to the Rabadons. But Camille is now full build. Death Dance, and there is also a pause coming out. Now this game can swing either way. Any small little thing has to be picked up upon because that can affect your play. And we want to see the best out of both these teams. And hopefully that pause does get resolved quite soon. We can go back into this game and we can see who can win in this crazy late game.
Yeah, I mean, what a time to pause the game. We'll probably decide the game, if not decide the series as well. Obviously, Elder coming up at about 25 seconds. Gold at about as even as it has been for
it's literally like a few thousand either way, even, and that doesn't matter at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and compared to the big gap that it was at earlier, obviously minimizing that. Mordekaiser back in the game. Zaya, absolutely huge on 4 items. Victor and Wukong, both on 3 items. Whereas on the other side, you're looking at pretty much only Camille and Syndra that can dish out consistent damage, where the Seraphine and Senna really need to find the setup plays to set those 2 up.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. Everyone seems to still be in the zone, I guess. You know, everyone's just checking out what is going on with the pause. We'll have that up to you if we find out what the reason is. But just so you know, keep sticking around, because this game is going to be mental in terms of how it's going to end.
Yeah, obviously, game 4 here, DMU trying to close out the series. Kent trying to force a game 5, could still go absolutely either way. This team fight will probably decide what happens and whether we are going to get the Silver Scrapes game 5 that we wanted. No Silver Scrapes for you here, but it's more about the vibes. Yeah,
well, Kent definitely have the ability to backdoor. And what I think, obviously, you know, we want an ex-Peke scenario where he's, you know, trying to charge in and everything, but are we going to get that at the moment?
Yeah, I think they are just about getting ready to get back on the Rift with Elder up in about 15 seconds. We will see how this fight turns out.
Yeah, we're going to cut back to that right about now, actually, and we're back into the game after the pause. Seems everything has been sorted, and we're back into this game, and Elder is about to spawn as well.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see. DMU currently not in the best spot to contest this one, but Kent not looking to start it either.
Yeah, Dido taking a little bit of damage, but as that Rakan can E away. Budson as well is also in presence, and also there's a TP by QQR in towards the base of DMU. They have not seen him, and they're all in the middle lane. Soxu trying to get back towards that base, but QQR is hitting the Nexus. Are they going to be able to get this? But JJ notices back, and QQR surely will not be able to get this, taking so much damage from that Victor. Is now forced to run away. Smee is down, so is Capsley. They go for the end, they go for the back door, but a double kill for Soxu, and 4 members have fallen for Kent. Maybe this might be the 5th. Capsley is running away as fast as he possibly can. The death timers, they have to be too long. 30 seconds is not enough for you to be able to get back and defend your base. Surely, Capsley, you have to run, you have to try and get towards that Nexus. There's no way that you can take down this game.
An absolute Hail Mary play from the center there. QQR trying to find the Nexus at any cost possible, but this could have cost them the entire series. Looking now to get under the Nexus towers and possibly the Nexus as well. That backdoor might have backfired.
Yeah, well, DMU, they've got 10 seconds. Only a few more till Kyoto respawns, but they're going to win this series through a choke from Kent. Unfortunate for them, but DMU, they stay strong and they win Game 4 to take down the NUEL Amazon Playoffs. The grand final here, supported by both Primitude and Omen. They take down the win, and that was Game 4 for them.
Yeah, congratulations to the side of DMU, and what looks like has relieved them more than anything. You can see them looking elated down there.
Distraught faces, unfortunately, for the side of Kent, but who can blame them? They were so close, and they unfortunately fell at the final hurdle. Very well played to both teams. Obviously, commiserations to Kent. You had the chance, and it was so unfortunate it did not work out. But we have to celebrate that DMU have won this game and have won the grand final. What do you think about that game?
I mean, look, all props to the side of Kent. We managed to make it a really, really entertaining series. Going down 2-0, looked like they were out of it, looked like they were getting beaten into the ground. Pulled back a game in Game 3, looked like they were ahead in this one, looked like they were managing to close it out, but just dropped the ball at a number of different occasions. I mean, you could tell they were getting desperate, right? That Syndra TP is a desperation play. It's sort of like, oh god, we have to make something happen, otherwise we're not going to win this.
Yeah.
Makes that TP play. It ends up getting spotted out. They lose the team fight off it. They lose the game off it. They lose the series. Condolences to Kent, but thank you to both teams for making this a fantastic series.
It's a very unfortunate event for QQR not being able to end that game there, and unfortunately, that is Kent's chances squandered with QQR. We're going to look at a few replays now of that final game, and it was not going DMU's favour for that entire time. Actually, this is for the whole series. Well, this is going back to Game 1. We've got Tarek and Pike in this highlight.
Yeah, just gonna have a quick look back at the best of 5 that we had for all of you today. Obviously, starting with Game 1, DMU win. Was a bit of a mess of a game for quite a lot of it. That Pike Tarek in the bot lane. Bit of limit testing went on for quite a while. They ended up picking a few kills, obviously.
And they won the game in the end as well in that first one, especially as well with that Carthus Requiem proving to be very, very powerful, and also Hope as well, just running into backlines with that Tarot onto him as well, and that's why the Hecarim was restricted at least throughout the rest of the series.
And of course did lead to Torek then being banned pretty much every game after that, so obviously was brought out as quite a potent pick. But what I have to say is congratulations to DMU for playing, for the most part, very, very consistently throughout all the games. I think they had a very clear playstyle, very clear ways that they wanted to win the game. At the end, yeah, it was looking a bit scary. Smee was turning on the Jets, becoming Prime the Shy in that top lane, becoming that ultimate top gapper, but it wasn't quite enough to pull them over the line in DMU.
Yeah, we see this Twitch in the second game, unfortunately not being able to pull it through for Kent, and then them losing this game as well, with Soxu going crazy on the Kai'Sa, well not the Kai'Sa, sorry, on the Xayah in that second game, and really pulling them through to that victory.
Yeah. And then obviously Twitch then picked in game 3 on the other side, losing that game. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe Twitch was just the pick that we should have left in the gutter for this series, obviously. Again, a couple of team fights here that did go the way of Kent. It looked like they were going to force this into a game 5 at this point.
Yeah.
But then things just slipped out of their grasp. They lost the Soul, they lost Baron, and instead of going for the Elder, they tried to force that end, which backfired massively.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for them because on the whole in this game 4 they played well, but it was just at those last few occasions the decision making was not, unfortunately, in their favour.
Yeah, but still all props to both these teams making a fantastic, entertaining series. It's been fantastic to be here.
Yeah, this is the last play. You can see QQR, he goes for it. And what does Smee do here? Does he have the TP even? It's something that we don't know at this point, but could he TP here instead of looking to try and end all of these backs? Let his team die and try and go for that end, to try and send it, because they can't stop these recalls, very unfortunately for themselves, and they do lose the game because of it.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes down to it, obviously, all of that is now hypothetical. DMU have won the series 3-1 in the end, probably quite convincingly. Those first 2 wins, obviously, a lot cleaner than at the end. It became a lot more competitive as the series went along. But again, congratulations to DMU. Condolences to Kent. Thank you for a fantastic series to both teams.
Yes, the series absolutely fantastic. We're going to get you down to the stage with Hazza for the trophy and interview ceremony. Thank you very much for letting us be here. Thank you very much to NUBL for obviously us being here at the finals, casting this great game, and just thank you very much to everyone who's on production, everyone observing. Round of applause in the studio for them, please. They do great work behind the scenes. Thank you very much as well, and we'll get you onto that interview and trophy ceremony right now.
Thank you.
So there we have it, our winners for League of Legends here at Amazon University Esports UK and Ireland finals. They were able to channel the spirit of Samjay. Your winners from De Montfort University, it is Samjay 1046. I love it. Passing the trophy along like a newborn child all the way to Samjay on the end, you know, the founding father of this team almost. So I think first of all, we've got to talk about what that end to the game was, a real climax. Well, Didol said that we were going to get a 3-0 or at least a fast game, but then it became a bit more of a prolonged affair. That backdoor at the end, which you guys were able to snowball into turning things around, just talk me through it if you can.
So basically, we've got the tactic. So I go like 0-5-0-6 to get the shutdown gold, you know, to feed in my jungler because he's better. And yeah, top lane has no impact. Yeah, GG.
What was the question?
I think it, you know, a few words says quite a lot in that situation, and we saw it play out as well. In terms of that early game, then as well, I think Kent, you know, got off to a fairly decent start in that first match, but then when it came down to the team fights, you guys looked so organised. What were the comms like as you were, you know, in those situations?
We were kind of like FF, you know, our support was he's a really mentally weak player, but we went through and won somehow, so it's good.
I'm glad to hear it. In terms of the draft phase as well, you guys you said like the comms were pretty hectic, but there was plenty of noise coming from you guys in the draft phases as well. I know you were pretty happy to get your hands on the Mordekaiser, and I think that's when things started to change a little bit more for the better in game 2, and you guys begin to run away with it. Could you just talk us through that a little bit?
About the second game?
Yeah. We had a brief chat about this before, but.
Yeah, so the second game, I just got the better matchup. So it's just the champion div. And then, yeah, I just pushed in 24/7. And if I end, I just go and still push, and I'm winning in gold and XP, and that's all that matters.
Well, you guys were able to turn it around in the end. There's, still a few more games ahead of you, though. Now you've qualified to the Amazon University Esports Masters Tournament. How is your confidence feeling going into that one? Anyone here want to answer? We'll get. Yeah, we'll bring it round. I'll come to you. Yeah, Dido, come on.
Oh no. What do I say? I don't think we're getting out of groups though. But
Hey, you guys have just won. There's got to be some confidence to take away.
yeah, we get out of groups. We win. Let's go.
Well, look, anyway, there's plenty to be celebrating here at least. Once again, can we get a round of applause and congratulations to the Sam J team. Brilliant stuff, guys. All right, we have our League of Legends winners. There is one more game coming up for you guys this afternoon. That will be Valorant. First, we will go to a break, but when we return, we'll have that one lined up for you.